Morning, dear Madam President, dear development partners of the Republic of Moldova, dear colleagues of the central banks who have decided to join us today. Dear friends, the National Bank of Moldova is celebrating its 30th anniversary. These were years of experience in which we fell and stood up. We had to learn some extremely difficult lessons. But what we have now in the banking sector shows that in the end we knew how to keep our independence and put public interest above all. Today we have a strong, well-capitalized banking sector with good governance, which has allowed us to ensure financial stability during the pandemic. Although this anniversary would be a reason to celebrate, we decided to put the celebration aside and address a current and necessary topic for the country: the recovery of the economy in the post-pandemic realities and perspectives. The topic of the event comes from the need to emerge stronger from the current pandemic, which has had severe consequences on the lives of the citizens. Like other central banks, we reacted promptly to the effects of the crisis. Through the actions taken, we managed to maintain a resilient banking sector, but also to support the business environment and the population. And this was due to the fact that the Republic of Moldova entered the pandemic after a continuous process of reforms in the banking sector. These are reforms that have thoroughly healed the banking sector. Next comes the role of state authorities and institutions in protecting these reforms. It is now key to keep these good results, which have been obtained with dedication, professionalism, and a lot of support from the external partners. Similarly, a common concern is to take measures to mitigate the impact of the pandemic crisis, which has affected many groups in the society. There must be a clear strategy for restoring economic confidence, which is intricately linked to people's trust in state institutions and how economic consequences are managed. At the same time, we must take advantage of innovations to be in tandem with the new reality. Today, due to the availability of vaccines and the progress in the vaccination process of the population, we can already think about the post-pandemic period and plan recovery actions. The economy is already showing signs of recovery, and in such times, the existence of sufficient and accessible financing is crucial. Moreover, the efforts made by the National Bank of Moldova during the pandemic to ensure sufficient volumes of liquidity and stability of the financial sector are showing their effects. Just recently, we published statistics on loans and deposits in the banking system. In April this year, the volume of new loans was 56% higher than in the same period of last year. At the same time, we had an increase by 66% in new term deposits attracted compared to the same period of last year. The increase of the population's confidence in the stability of the national currency can also be seen in the structure of deposits. The share of deposits placed in Moldovan lei in April 2021 increased by 8% compared to the same period of last year. We can say that now, as the economy begins to pick up speed after the pandemic, the money market and the banking system are ready to support its relaunch. Low inflation allows us to maintain a relaxed and stimulating monetary policy for the economy in the near future. The banking system has sufficient liquidity waiting to be assimilated by the businesses, population, or state. And interest rates are at the very low historical values. But of course, the relaunch of the economy only through monetary policy mechanisms is not possible. It is very important that monetary policy actions are accompanied by fiscal and economic policies developed specifically for the purpose, supporting the economic recovery after the pandemic. We need economic growth to raise the living standards of the population, especially low-income population, as well as to support the business environment. But the most important is to allow young entrepreneurs to come up with new, innovative, and competitive businesses. Honored guests, thank you for agreeing to attend this conference, to exchange ideas and identify opportunities to overcome the current crisis, to support citizens and the economy. Next, I will give the floor to Ms. Maia Sandu, the President of the Republic of Moldova. Good morning, honored Governor of the National Bank of Moldova, honored audience. I am so happy to be with you in this online setting at the conference Economic Recovery in Post-Pandemic Realities and Perspectives, dedicated to the 30th anniversary of the National Bank of Moldova. The National Bank is one of the first institutions of the state. This is a key institution created even before the declaration of the independence of the country through the decree of the President Mircea Snegur from June 4th, 1991. In 2021, the day of June 4 is an occasion to take stock and to look back, but also to think about the challenges of the future. Now, the banking system of the Republic of Moldova, together with the National Bank of Moldova, have gone through a lot of hurdles. Inflation and hyperinflation, of winning and losing of the confidence of people in the national currency and the banks in general, growth and stagnation, stages with systemic problems, and stages where the economy and National Bank of Moldova have had to generate new approaches, strategies, and tools that would ensure the functioning of the state. Now, the worst period of the banking sector was the period of the theft of the billion and of the money laundering, of the laundromat, sorry. And these were severe consequences that we will feel for many years ahead. Now, the context of today and where we have this event is also a critical one. We are facing again a global crisis, sanitary, economic and social crisis, a phenomenon which obliges us all, institutions of the state and the whole society, to be perseverant and to commit into a process of searching, to look and to find appropriate solutions to overcome the crisis. Now, we need strengthening of efforts and solidarity, internal solidarity between various social and economic sectors in order to mitigate the effects of the crisis and to identify new opportunities of growth and development. Now, the banking sector has always been looked at as a partner which has potential, including financial potential, to help other sectors, the business and the households, in order to succeed together. I'm saying this because the pandemic has made us look not to the government only, but business and people are looking into the central banks and commercial banks to look for money, look for accessible and affordable financing to overcome this period of uncertainty. Now, a number of central banks and banking institutions have sent encouraging and coherent messages. Some of them even offered important financial packages to the business environment. Others have helped them by helping them restructuring the loans or the debt and providing them affordable interest rates. The active position of a central bank and the monetary policy messages, as well as the interest rates, are very important for the recovery period. Now, because the efforts to survive of the business people in the attempt to stay afloat and to pay their staff are not enough. One needs a joint effort, coherent effort, clear effort for everyone, and applied to the extent that it can provide certainty and assurance that we know how and what to do. Now, dear friends, the realities of this period are challenging. Stopped businesses, increased unemployment, poverty, which engulfs a lot of people. The medical system is at the brink. The fiscal space is limited in order to intervene immediately and with impact. And there is increasing costs and disturbed channels of supply and increased costs. All of that is the reality of today. But there is also cases where we can learn. There are arrangements where with relatively small fiscal stimulus, you can get a financial effect, multiplier financial effect, which will help people. Guarantee funds, subsidy funds for the interest rates, and other forms of financial intervention, which should be encouraged by a central bank and must be promoted by the government so that the banking institutions could provide this money into the economy. In case of Moldova, there are excesses of there is over liquidity of tens of billions of lei in commercial banks, which should and can be put to work, not just to fund the budget deficit of the government. Now, we have obtained openness, enormous openness from our developer partners. We have good news and recovery plans post-COVID supported by our partners, including these days we have received the support of the European Union in the shape of a program of economic recovery for the next 3 years with a financial package of 600 million euros. This is a very good signal, and we are sure that this signal will be followed by other developer partners. Now we need a parliament and the government, competent people, honest people, with pro-reform programs so that we can apply these plans. But the support will increase even more, as I was saying, because we count on other developer partners as well. Now, the areas covered in the dialogue with our developer partners, starting with our internal priorities, are about reforming the justice, anti-corruption actions, and the National Bank knows very well how necessary is the reform of justice sector, because along the time it was hampered to apply correctly its policies and tools because of some illegal rulings that comes from the judiciary. Now, there has to be, and I hope there is, support and consensus to conduct major reforms in the next months and years. With our developer partners and having our budget, we want Moldova's banks to participate in national infrastructure projects, in municipal projects and community projects. The formulas of financing, including by issuing bonds, are now being tested, and we want to test a number of financial tools. We want to ensure access to cheap financing for SMEs and for big businesses. We need openness and involvement on behalf of the banking institutions. Now, 30 years is an important period of time, but this is just the beginning. I want to believe and to hope that central bank will live up to the challenge of these times, crises, and other force majeure situations where they'll have the support to improve the legal framework to the extent that its independence is ensured. Only in this way the central bank will be able to impose itself as a credible and efficient institution internally and externally. I wish you a great day. Thank you, President, for encouraging words, and I want to make sure that the banking system will ensure the financing to the extent possible of the economy, and the National Bank, within the limit of its powers, will support its economic policies oriented towards economic recovery post-pandemic. And of course, we will support in all of the reforms that you plan, including in the areas of concern. Thank you so much, Madam President. Now, European Union has always been one of the most important development partners of Moldova in general by setting a clear agenda of reforms through the association agreement. And it has been with the National Bank of Moldova during the last years with the implementation of this difficult agenda of reforms. Now, today I'm happy that at the opening of the event, we have a big friend of the National Bank of Moldova, a big supporter of reforms that the bank has pursued. Katarina Maternova, Deputy Director General of DC Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations, DG NEAR of the European Commission.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear President, dear Governor, I'm delighted to be back in Chisinau 18 months after the onset of the pandemic. It's in fact my first mission of 2021. And it's really an extra pleasure to be able to talk to you from the Europa Cafe in the middle of Chisinau on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the National Bank, and being introduced by my friend Governor Armashu, with whom indeed we have gone through thick and thin of the banking reforms over the years. So it's really excellent to be back. I had the really distinct pleasure to start the day with a meeting with President Sandu and her team and discuss the various reforms and ambitious plans for Moldova that she has. And what I'm very happy to say is that throughout the pandemic, the European Union, I think, stood shoulder by shoulder with the citizens of Moldova. What we have been doing is really trying to step up and provide the necessary equipment and personal protection equipment, hospital equipment, etc., to be able to fight the pandemic. And now in the more recent times, Moldova has actually been one of the good examples for us of the Team Europe approach, because it was Moldova that saw the first delivery in Europe of the COVAX facility of vaccines. And between COVAX and the Romanian bilateral donations, Moldova has already received well over 500,000 of vaccines, and now has agreement with Romania on a regular vaccine delivery that will be able to keep up with the plan of vaccination to reach the citizens of Moldova. So we are very happy we were able to facilitate that, and also have been able to roll out a program with WHO that is helping with the distribution and logistics on the vaccine throughout Eastern Partnership, and therefore also here in Moldova. But as was just discussed, the pandemic has not only the direct epidemiological or medical costs, it also has very, very bad economic effect. And I was asked by my commissioner and by the president of the commission to come here and talk in greater detail about the economic recovery plan for Moldova that the president of the commission, President von der Leyen, announced earlier this week. We have prepared a plan of 600 million euros in grants and other assistance for Moldova over the next 3 years. And I think it's important to talk about a little bit the areas that we plan to address. And those are really 5 areas that are important for the for pursuing the reforms that President Sandu has been mentioning, that governor has talked about, and really build back better together. So there are 5 areas that the plan is looking at. One is reform of public finance, and really create the fiscal space to invest in healthcare, childcare, and support the public finance management strategy of the government. Second is the support for economic development, and especially the segment of small and medium-sized enterprises that have been particularly badly hit by the crisis. We have programs to support within the plan 50,000 of SMEs, but also reach the segment of self-employed, and we have already rolled out programs for focal regions, Cahul and Ungeni, and we want to build on that and really also work with the local communities. So the European Union support would not only be felt in Chisinau, but also in the throughout the territory. We also are looking at support for the agribusinesses, and also to allow the especially SMEs access the European markets in better way, also by supporting food and veterinary laboratories to allow businesses to be exporting in line with the European standards. The third area that we are planning to support is infrastructures, key infrastructures, whether road, rail. We already started with the electricity interconnector with Romania, and one of the flagships looking forward is to support the building of a freight terminal in Chisinau. But the one area that I particularly would like to stress is that of energy efficiency and support for district heating reform. This is a very energy intensive part of the world, and supporting energy efficiency investment, especially in the sector of buildings, can help generate new businesses, new professions, and can also bring the support visibly to the local communities throughout the country, and also then help with the CO2 emissions. So since we are among policymakers, I can say something that I don't talk about publicly as much because it's little techno speak, but energy efficiency in buildings is one of the rare public policy areas which is really a virtuous cycle and can only bring benefits. The fourth area, and both President Sandu and Governor spoke about the need for education and skill building, which is in line with the economic needs of the country. So we want to very much invest in youth employment, skills, find ways how to support the diaspora returning, and being able to find good employment prospects here in Moldova. And we also want to support the digitalization of the school system. And last but not least, the fifth area of the program is the support for what one can generally call the spirit of the rule of law. both the business environment, but also the judicial system that renders good judgments, that enforces contracts, and that instills the sense of justice in the country. And I know this has been an area that Moldova struggles with. It's not the only country. This is a problem in many parts of even parts of Europe, and it's something where an area where we stand ready to support Moldova in really delivering justice to the citizens, and we very much hope that the government and parliament that will come out of the elections that are in a few weeks will be one that will pursue these reforms and will allow us to really fully roll out the reform plan to support them. And this also brings me to what the governor and the president talked about, which is the reform of the banking system here in Moldova. Indeed, I was very closely involved in the discussions over the last few years, and I think that since the banking fraud, there have been really important reforms undertaken, and in putting the banking system on much more solid feet. But I think what is still important to do is not to look forward, but also to take care of the past and really pursue the perpetrators of the banking fraud and bring the sense of justice also in this sense. Because it's important both for the financial stability going forward, but also for the sense of propriety and sense of justice. So with this, I just want to say that I hope that rolling out the economic recovery plan will help Moldova on the reform path, and we are here with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very happy to see you in Chisinau. Very complex agenda ahead, and your support is very encouraging on this path.
Yes, I believe that the support of the European Union was crucial and is crucial for the Republic of Moldova. I want to refer to our next development partner. This is the IMF. The IMF is an institution which comes with policies, good policies, high-quality policies, which it suggests to countries for implementation, including to Moldova. So during the time, these policies that the IMF is proposing proved to be to the benefit of the society, to the benefit of the economy and of the citizens. Now, the IMF in this, during the reform of the banking sector, I would call this, you were an icebreaker. You were an engine, an icebreaker, which lead the way for these reforms. Now, it is my utmost pleasure to give the floor to Rogers Chavani. He is the permanent representative of the International Monetary Fund in the Republic of Moldova.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Honorable Governor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be invited to speak at this celebration of the 30th anniversary of the National Bank of Moldova. On behalf of the IMF, let me congratulate the bank on reaching this historic milestone. I also extend congratulations to all whose work and dedication has ensured that the bank's place as a successful and well-respected institution is well enshrined. Hearing Madam President speak, as well as the governor, it is easy to arrive at the conclusion that the bank has enjoyed a rich and extensive history, which dates back, as the President has said, to before the state of Moldova itself, and during which time the central bank has contributed to the development of the economy. Today, the NBM should take great pride of its many accomplishments during the past decade. I would particularly highlight the most recent period, when very wisely and with great success, I would say, the NBM has recorded progress, especially in ensuring transparent shareholder structures, upgrading the banking resolution framework, as well as strengthening its governance and regulatory frameworks. But I am mindful that the theme for today ably captures the spirit that in addition to celebrating these accomplishments, anniversaries also provide a time for reflection and self-assessment. The story of the bank demonstrates that with all the best intentions and efforts, sometimes unexpected factors can threaten our progress. In this regard, I have in mind two important headwinds, which I would like to share with you. Since last year, the COVID pandemic has hit Moldova very hard. Overall, our assessment of the situation is that the response has been fragmented to some extent and poorly targeted, or because of politics as well as well-established public financial management weaknesses. Despite these challenges, the National Bank has stepped up its efforts by easing monetary policy considerably and providing sufficient liquidity while deploying macroprudential tools to keep credit flowing. It is good to hear that the governor can now provide the evidence that indeed credit has been flowing during this pandemic. But as has been highlighted as well, more recently, the central bank has been exposed to a lot of political pressures. While we made joint progress in ensuring that there were amendments to the law, which of course contributed to strengthening safeguards as well as its autonomy and governance, the NBM has still been targeted by both the executive and the legislature in recent years. Recent initiatives, for example, the repealing of the 2016 securitization law, and some politically motivated scrutiny of NBM's professional judgment, the investigations, all risk undermining the rehabilitation of the banking system. Clearly, the path ahead has both significant challenges and opportunities. In our view, monetary policy should remain supportive and accommodative as long as the inflation pressures remain subdued. The NBM must continue to deploy its multiple instruments. However, unnecessary prolonged monetary policy easing, of course, could threaten financial stability and eventually lead to the de-anchoring of inflation expectations, putting economic growth at risk. In this regard, it is important that monetary policy evolve in a data-dependent manner, providing the necessary stimulus to ensure a sustainable and inclusive economic recovery while progressively unwinding the support. Honorable Governor and participants, the link between the economic and health crisis imply that policies to end the pandemic are most relevant. Indeed, one can say pandemic policy is the best economic. This pandemic has led to some outward losses, including by capital and labor-intensive sectors that have been hit hard, and the possibility of not recovering some of the investments. This increased scaling puts a premium on policies to support activity. There is need to support viable firms, but also to limit insolvency scars by implementing effective bankruptcy and restructuring frameworks. Once the recovery firms up, policies will need to transition into unlocking growth and reinforcing institutional governance. This implies bold and transformative reforms, which would be more urgent, especially in the areas of autonomy and governance in the financial sector. Delivering on these reforms while overcoming the scarring from the crisis would require some difficult policy choices. But there is no substitute for having a fully instituted management at the bank, ensuring the legal protection of its staff, preserving finality of its decisions, and enhancing its governance. At the IMF, we are aware that more resources are needed to anchor the recovery and support activity. Much more is needed indeed to boost spending on the pandemic response, to maintain adequate reserves, as well as accelerate the recovery. Moldova, like its peers, will need to invest more just to return to the path of catching up to income levels. Meeting such needs will require a comprehensive and concerted effort, including policy actions on the part of Moldova to mobilize domestic revenue, boost the quality of public spending, improve business climate, foster digitalization, as well as climate change. On its part, A new special drawing rights allocation by the IMF would be an important step to provide reserves and liquidity at a timely point in the recovery. While the IMF stands ready to support Moldova to carry forward these reforms, meeting the total needs will require significant contributions from other financial institutions. So this makes the need for a more structured vehicle to support progress more imperative. And we sincerely hope, Madam President, that conditions will permit a discussion of a successor arrangement sooner than later. I thank you all for your attention and echo the IMF's warmest wishes to the National Bank of Moldova. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rogers. Very encouraging message and supportive. We appreciate this a lot. Acum aș vrea să
And now I would like to make reference to the World Bank, an institution that was always close to the NBM, providing a lot of technical assistance, knowledge transfer, support of any type that again helped us go through this difficult route of reform of the banking system, and we count very much on this support in future. I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Anna Ahalkadze, the director of the World Bank.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, Madam President, Governor, distinguished speakers, dear friends. It is my honor to address you on behalf of the World Bank Group at this conference to commemorate the 30th anniversary since the establishment of the National Bank of Moldova. Exactly 30 years ago, Moldova was born as a new and independent state. Creation of the National Bank of Moldova was one of the building blocks and attributes of this independent state. This role the National Bank continues to play today, being a guarantor of financial stability in the country. 30 years ago, a newborn Moldova was facing enormous challenge of building its identity, creating institutions, safeguarding its economic, social, and human capital. The journey was not even or easy. Today, 30 years down the road, Moldova is facing a different challenge, the challenge of reinventing itself in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 has had devastating impacts not only on people's lives, but on their livelihoods and economy more broadly. Moldova's economy contracted sharply in 2020. Contraction was of a magnitude not seen since the 2009 global recession, and employment reached five-year low. This is worrisome also that the growth recovery is projected to be slow, as we estimate GDP to rebound only to 3.8% in 2021 and remain around this level in the years after. Moldovan firms were not immune to the ongoing health and environmental crisis. Estimated 70,000 jobs were lost, with women disproportionately affected. Pessimism among firms increased over the course of the last year, and more firms reported that they did not expect to go back to the normal levels of sales in the immediate future. One element of concern that the firms expressed was lack of access to finance, with small and medium enterprises, the backbone of Moldova's economy, affected the most. As a result of these job losses, for the first time in many years, poverty in Moldova, as measured by the $5.5 per day poverty line, is projected to increase in 2020. As most of the countries, Moldova reacted to COVID-19 pandemic with fiscal and monetary measures, and the previous speakers already outlined some of the measures that brought about certain mitigation of those impacts. While it's hard to quantify, the fiscal package amounted to around 2% of GDP, consisting mostly of health-related spending. The government provided relief programs to firms as well, yet according to World Bank's enterprise survey, only 6% of surveyed companies accessed government support. This is the lowest percentage registered in the region, and going forward, we should find a way to support the firms to recover. On monetary side, National Bank, of course, played a key role both during the relief and the recovery phases of the pandemic. And undoubtedly, the National Bank acted swiftly to ensure liquidity and to lower funding costs. These measures helped the economy to steer through the hard times. When COVID crisis hit, unfortunately, Moldova's economy was already vulnerable and decelerating. The crisis, therefore, uncovered that there are deficiencies in the economic growth model that relies heavily on remittances and pensions as the source of growth and poverty reduction in the past. In fact, the COVID crisis reconfirmed that the current economic model of Moldova was not sustainable in the long run. These vulnerabilities were caused by low productivity levels, exacerbated by the large footprint of the state in the economy, shrinking fiscal space, low financial intermediation, and governance challenges. Demographic situation and exposure to climate shocks, like last year's drought, constrained Moldova's potential even further. But what are the perspectives for Moldova? While the post-pandemic recovery relies on the successful rollout of the vaccine, the outlook for Moldova's economy is heavily influenced by political instability, institutional weaknesses, and lack of authorizing environment to implement fundamental reforms of the judiciary as well as structural reforms. The good news, though, is that the recovery could be used as an opportunity to steer the economy towards the new growth model. The bad news is that the decent economic recovery will not be possible without Moldova addressing the inequality of opportunities and accelerating private sector-driven job creation. In order to achieve sustainable recovery, what needs to be done is strengthening the rule of law and accountability and capacity of institutions, including at the sectoral and subnational levels, improving the business environment to enhance competitiveness and competition, reorient public finance to steer towards a new growth model while ensuring sound macro management, and improving access, efficiency, and equity in service delivery, creating safeguards to manage climate-related risks. National Bank can be the main contributor to putting Moldova on a sustainable growth pattern. The shift to a new growth model based on private sector job creation will require an effective and healthy financial system. To guarantee financial stability, unleash the potential of the financial system, and boost credit growth in the economy, the National Bank will need to create enabling environment and continue strengthening its regulatory and supervisory capacity, insolvency frameworks, and financial safety nets. The financial sector in Moldova, and with it, the National Bank, have faced tremendous challenges in recent years. The hard work and professionalism of National Bank's team have been instrumental in addressing these challenges in order to safeguard financial stability and integrity while maintaining independence. Going forward, the National Bank has a unique mandate and capacity to help make Moldova a better and more stable place for its citizens. I congratulate the bank on the occasion of the 30th anniversary and want to thank you for being an excellent partner over the past years. I am looking forward to taking our partnership to the next level. Your success is Moldova's success. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you for sharing your views. I think National Bank of Moldova fully shares and supports your views. I personally want to thank you for your commitment and your support during all your mandate in Moldova. It was very tangible, your support, and we really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Another institution that got actively involved into the reform process of the banking system was the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, that got involved in addition to the policies, to discussions, and it came also with the capital assuming risks and making investments in the banking system and supporting the banking system in the most critical moments. I would like to give the floor now to Angela Sachs, the head of the EBRD office in the Republic of Moldova.
Good morning to you all. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on the 30th anniversary of Moldova's National Bank. Your institution and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development are of the same age. We too are celebrating our 30th anniversary this year. And we know firsthand that to ensure Moldova's economic and financial stability in these 3 decades required hard work and determination. Congratulations! Today we can say you have succeeded and are continuing on your path. This is hugely important. Stability, reliability and trustworthiness are key in monetary policy. It takes a long time to build them, but maintaining them is as important and can be harder. We are impressed how your institution is implementing this guidance today. For this, as well as for all other vital functions, the independence and stability of the National Bank is crucial. It allows it to act as an honest broker, stand up against vested interest and safeguard the nation's best interest. Today we can say that your institution has grown, faced and overcome many hurdles, and really come of age. The growth of professional capacity was paralleled by an expansion of your technical toolbox. I'm proud to say that the EBRD has been a real friend, even when the sun was not shining. As many of you know, we also have seen some pretty stormy weather. But I'm glad to state that we have withstood these challenges together. Most recently and notably, together we have turned around the banking sector. We can now say with full confidence that key Moldovan banks are working for the citizens of Moldova and for its economy. This is a tremendous achievement. And thanks to it, just before the COVID-19 crisis hit, Moldova was in a relatively good macroeconomic position, which has helped the country to cope with the shock of the pandemic. However, the success achieved in the financial sector cannot be sustainable without improvements in the rule of law and fight against corruption. The authorities must further advance reforms and improve governance. Here too, the National Bank leads by example. Once again, congratulations not only on your 30th birthday, but also on your track record and your proud achievements. We look forward to many more anniversaries that will give us opportunity to celebrate your success. Happy anniversary.
Thank you very much. Am primit multe mesaje.
We've got lots of encouraging messages, but more encouraging is that all the speakers from the official part share the same ideas. Yes, we've achieved a lot. Yes, that's a very good foundation for us to move on. Further, we have many other challenges. We need to have a consistent agenda for reforms, and we have to relaunch the economy, preferably based on a new growth model. Thank you very much to all of you for these support words, and here the official part is ending, and immediately we'll get back with a panel of discussions, a very interesting one about the role of the central banks in the support of the economy after the pandemic, where we will have as speakers governors of more central banks.
Honored audience, governors, first of all, I'd like to thank you for accepting the invitation of the National Bank of Moldova on this important day for us, on the 30th anniversary of the creation of the Central Bank of the Republic of Moldova. It is important that this event brought us together to discuss the role of central banks in supporting the economy after the pandemic crisis. And even more important in this difficult period is the exercise of the powers of the central banks to maintain price stability and financial stability. No crisis will nullify the sound attributions, competencies, but any crisis determines us to rethink our previous experience and come up with a new vision. The new normal after the pandemic requires us to focus on a comprehensive digital transformation. This refers to all segments of the core business of the central bank. The post-pandemic challenges are barely looming, and the firm orientation of a central bank towards innovative technologies will certainly bring added value in fulfilling its mandate. At the same time, additional risk management measures will need to be taken. We are talking about an unprecedented economic crisis. Now, to reproduce the picture, let me come with some data. For instance, in the Republic of Moldova, against the backdrop of the pandemic, the economy decreased last year by 7% compared to 2019. The situation is well known, but for our guests, I will only mention that tourism was not the cause, because tourism in Moldova is rather an opportunity still little explored. In addition to the effects of the pandemic, agriculture was hit hard by the drought in 2020, which made a significant contribution to the declining GDP. I will move directly to the subject proposed for this panel, which could, what can a central bank do in this situation? Trust is the basic criterion in all areas. And in this regard, the adoption of measures that will ultimately have a beneficial effect on the economy and citizens is essential. It is important for a central bank to work to maintain this confidence. In this regard, since the beginning of the pandemic, similar to other central banks, the NBM has adopted measures to help the economy. They were focused on supporting debtors, consumers, but also maintaining the health and quality of banks' portfolios. In concrete terms, banks have had the opportunity to restructure payments for their customers that became due during the state of emergency, during the lockdown, This was for about 3 months of 2020. Also, as a macroprudential measure, a capital measure, as in many countries, banks have been given the opportunity to temporarily use the previously established capital buffer. This measure was a stimulus with positive effects on maintaining the lending of the economy in the midst of the crisis. Moreover, much more important for the macroeconomic balance, for the sustainability of the economy, and the facilitation of financial intermediation was the fact that the central bank immediately adopted the monetary policy, or tailored it, rather, to the conditions of the pandemic crisis. Decisions have been made to create stimulating monetary conditions to support aggregate demand and to provide the economy with financial resources by rapidly and significantly reducing the base rate. Also, during the pandemic, the central bank continued to decrease the volume of commercial banks' monetary reserves, ensuring an appropriate level of liquidity to finance businesses but also for the needs of the domestic lending, for the domestic lending needs of the state. At the same time, the objective of stimulating financial intermediation in the national currency was pursued. I'll point out that unlike advanced economies, our banking sector has relatively simple structure, with no exposure on derivatives and complex cross-border tools. But at the same time, it is robust, resilient, and quite dynamic. I will also emphasize that thanks to the reforms carried out in the recent years, in a program with the IMF, banks have entered the pandemic crisis strong, well capitalized, with good governance, with transparent shareholding, while systemic banks with new investors from the European Union. Through its policies, the NBM ensured that the banks have sufficient liquidity to perform the function of financial intermediation and meet the needs of consumption and support of the economy. Banks continued the lending process supported by monetary policy decisions. Thus, the total volume of new loans granted increased compared to the period before the pandemic. And due to improved governance in banks, the pandemic crisis did not generate an increase in the share of non-performing loans in the bank's portfolios, which actually, to the contrary, kept a declining trend. Banks continue to be well capitalized, with their own funds remaining at a relatively high level. However, the NBM had a prudent policy regarding the distribution of capital, given that some risks are reflected later on the quality of portfolios. At the same time, official reserve assets have had sustainable levels, in line with all the adequacy criteria, in line with international standards. Now, they give the central banks confidence in maintaining the balance of payments and the foreign exchange, in order to reduce the impact of the unpredictable future shocks that may affect an open economy, such as that of the Republic of Moldova. Now, what do we have to do next? First, the central bank will continue to do what it has done so far to ensure price stability and financial stability. But what really matters today is to understand the challenges and preempt developments and how to react at the level of all institutions, with efforts and responsibilities for each and everyone. Because not everything depends on the mandate of the central bank. Any crisis creates opportunities as well. And these opportunities are many. Digitization processes are taking place very quickly. In all areas, there is a great openness of the population to financial services, which creates conditions for financial inclusion. A significant number of Moldovan citizens returned home, many of them with high training and business initiative. New niches are appearing on the domestic market. The borders for the export of services in various fields and for remote work have been erased even more. The entire global economy is being reformed, a process which creates opportunities for business growth and the relaunch of new projects. The subject of the green economy is once again on the international agenda, and Moldova has not taken advantage of opportunities in this area. By far has not taken advantage of the opportunities in this field. But they do exist. many young people return home after studying in prestigious universities. They came back with interesting projects. I mean, they are in line with the whole digitization thing and eager to contribute to the development of this country. Now we must offer them the chance and space for professional affirmation, encourage the ideas of the young generation. And here is the role of the government that has to step up and support innovation and investment. The central bank will support them within its mandate. The pandemic crisis has accentuated the need for digitization in the banking sector and launch of new technologies in finance. It has become key for banks to adapt to the changing requirements, advocating for the introduction and application of innovative technologies. Thus, the banking sector will play a more prominent role in financial inclusion. In this regard, our banks have to recover so as not to be left behind. The same applies to the non-banking sector, which starting with 2023 will go under the supervision of the National Bank. I want to mention that the non-bank lending institutions also play an important role in terms of financial inclusion. But some adjustments of their business practices are very necessary. The insurance sector can become an important pillar of the economy, but until then, it must be engaged in a process of extensive reforms, similar to the one that banks have gone through. An immediate goal of the central bank is equally important, is to develop the intangible infrastructure that will benefit financial markets, payment systems, and ensure the rapid flow of money, capital, and technology. And in order to have all this, we, the people of the Republic of Moldova, should give up the old habit of a permanent struggle with the past and catch the ticket to the world of the future. I really want that that people, that the resources of the NBM to not longer be consumed by the fight to protect reforms, but to be directed towards innovation and development. I thank you. And now I would like to offer the floor to the Governor of the National Bank of Romania, Mr. Muguri Sărescu, who, besides the fact that he is a legendary governor, one of the most long-standing governors, he's the founder, actually, of the National Bank of Romania. Throughout his whole mandate, he has always been with us, supporting us through various agreements of cooperation and technical assistance. I offer him the floor, Mr. Muguri Sărescu.
Stimată doamnă președinte a
Dear
Republicii
Mrs.
Moldova,
President of the Republic of Moldova,
stimate domnule
dear
guvernator
Mr. Governor
Armașu,
Armașu,
stimați domni
dear
guvernatori,
governors,
excelențele voastre,
your excellencies,
distinși
distinguished
invitați, doamnelor
invitees,
și domnilor.
ladies and gentlemen. It is for me a special honor to be today here with you. I wish to express on this occasion my gratitude to the Governor Armașu for the invitation to speak during this event, which has as topic an issue, a very important of very big importance in the current context, the economic recovery in the post-pandemic period, realities and perspectives. Before addressing the topic of this conference, please let me mention several considerations related to the historic importance or significance of the day. The date of June 4 is very symbolic, and the anniversary of 30 years from the establishment of the National Bank of Moldova, occasion on which I would like to congratulate you with all the remarkable progress achieved by your institution during this period of time on this path of reform and European standard adoption. We are celebrating at the same time 30 years of close institutional cooperation, bilateral close cooperation, doubled by strategic partnerships between the two institutions. In this context, I would like to mention also the successful finalization of the text of the new cooperation agreement between the two central banks, meant to develop and extend the cooperation in the field of mutual interest, agreement that follows to be signed in Bucharest next week. Mr. Governor Armașo, we are looking forward to see you in Bucharest. Honored audience, getting back to the event of today, the topic of this first working session, the role of central banks in the support of the economy after the pandemic, is a very important one in the context in which the economies of the whole world did face a crisis without any precedent generated by the pandemic. Both the governments as well as the central banks have had to intervene very promptly to address the negative impact by means of different complex support policies that imply the mobilization and coordination of authorities, in particular of those monetary and fiscal. These actions, with significant impact on the national economies, have outlined better, starting from last year, the need for making flexible strategies, the importance of the capacity to adapt to the imperatives of the moment. Now, a couple of words about what we've done at the National Bank of Romania. According to its status, the National Bank of Romania took decisive measures meant to mitigate the contraction induced by the sanitary crisis shock, to ensure the stability of prices on midterm and the good functioning of the markets, to maintain the financial stability, and based on this, to support, in correlation with fiscal policy, the recovery of the quick recovery of the economy post-pandemic. The package of measures adopted by the board of the National Bank of Romania was designed in proportional shares and efficient ones, and it included a reduction of the interest rates provided in the monetary policy, narrowing the variation corridor of the constant facilities around the interest rate in the monetary policy, carrying out repo operations to provide liquidity to the credit institutions, reducing the reserve rate, the minimum mandatory reserve rate for the credit institutions, and procurement of treasury bills from the secondary market. From the net debtor position, the National Bank of Romania became net creditor in relation to the commercial banks. While the global economy seems to redress, the future challenges are imminent. One of the most important being the identification of the appropriate moment to gradually eliminate the current set of support measures, considering the need for recovery of the fiscal and monetary space, the high level of uncertainty in what regards the asymmetric speed of redress, the possible economic problems, and the high level of debt, of public debt and private debt, or the dimension of the central bank balance sheet. Looking into the future, in the case of Romania, the process of budget consolidation remains to be very relevant for the monetary policy. We are expecting for this to have implications, favorable implications, on the macroeconomic stability. And in the context of the big deficit of the current account, for the sovereign risk and implicitly for the exchange rate of the leu, for the inflation evolution, and ultimately for the cost of financing and economic growth. While the challenges that were provoked by the pandemic are still without unprecedented, the crisis proved that the monetary policies and fiscal policies can cooperate and can provide an efficient response to the adverse shocks by reducing the severity of crisis episodes. The balanced combination of monetary and fiscal policies is an efficient approach, a solution for supporting the economic recovery. The role of the central banks remains also in the current context emphasized by the behavior of the monetary policy, which shall be made more flexible and shall be calibrated without losing the attention from the perspective of fulfilling the fundamental objective of ensuring and maintaining the stability of prices in midterm, in a manner of able to support the economic activity recovery. In the context of the last year, and in the context of this manifestation of the COVID-19 pandemic, the need for a quick adaptation and continuous one was much more emphasized. In this sense, this year we might be the ones to mark the change, the shift towards an inclusive growth and sustainable growth, transition towards green economy, digitalization and innovation being in the center of economic recovery. It is also worth mentioning that both at the European level as well as the global level, the central banks and the supervisory authorities from the whole world are cooperating with a view to addressing the long-term challenges. Among the most important topics of today are the integration of climate risks in their activities in line with their mandates. In conclusion, I would like to congratulate you with the organization of this event. Thank you very much again for the invitation, and I wish you all a fruitful and beneficial dialogue. I would like to express my conviction that the works of this conference will represent a good moment of reflection on the current topic, on the role of the central banks in the support of the economy in the post-pandemic era. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor, for support and for your speech from which we have gathered some ideas. Going forward, let me get to the next speaker. For those who are following us, let me remind you that Moldova, within the IMF, is part of the Dutch-Belgium constituency, and today we have with us the governors from this constituency who have accepted to participate in this event and to share with us their ideas about the role of the central bank now in pandemic and specifically post-pandemic. Now it is my utmost pleasure to give the floor to Klaas Knot, President of the Nederlandse Bank.
Of the translation, So thank you very much for the invitation to speak here, and I'm always happy to join in whenever we can celebrate a birthday, whenever we can celebrate something, but particularly a birthday. And the National Bank of Moldova is 30 years young, I should say. 30 years, that's still young, bright, and shiny. So all the reason to celebrate this party, and I'm happy to be part of it. And as a matter of fact, as you already indicated, we will have another anniversary next year, because then we will celebrate 30 years, no less than 30 years of good cooperation between our two countries in the IMF and World Bank constituency. So if you allow me to take us back for just a short while to 30 years ago, I think it was a period within which Europe stood before great economic challenge. And the challenge was the transformation of the former Eastern Bloc economies into modern market economies. When I worked at the IMF in the 1990s, in all our reports, we referred to this group of countries as being the transition economies. Well, today, I think it's fair to say that we're all transition economies now. The energy transition, the digitalization, the COVID legacy, they all will bring about big changes to the structure of our economies. Big changes that then pose big challenges also for central banks. And today I want to address some of these longer term challenges, and of course, with an eye to the questions of how central banks can respond to them. Now, I have to say up front that since we are now in what is termed the silent period before the next ECB Governing Council meeting, I'm not at liberty to discuss the monetary policy stance. So I'm not at liberty to discuss anything that is related to the conjuncture outlook and interest rate policy. But perhaps that reinforces that now is a good opportunity to take a longer term view and look beyond the pandemic. Since this is an international conference, I will take a global view, but of course I'm well aware that certain aspects may be different in Moldova and in Eastern Europe in general than in other parts of the world. Now let me start nonetheless with low interest rates. Low interest rates have been around for a time, and they are going to persist for the time being, definitely also in the euro area. I know that this situation does not apply to all countries in Europe, particularly in Moldova's case. However, that might very well change in the future. And that is because the structural factors that drive this process are more or less universal. Think of globalization. Think of digitalization of our economies that have pushed down production costs. Think of the increased role of the services sector that requires less capital investments than manufacturing industry. Think of the aging population. As people get older, they are saving more for their retirement. And if interest rates stay low for a very long time, they become an issue. For one thing, they limit the scope for the central bank to conduct monetary policy. If the key policy rate would be at the lower limit, there would be little room to provide incentives by lowering interest rates even further, as would normally be the case. Persistently low interest rates can also pose challenges for financial stability. For example, investors are going to search for yield elsewhere, and in doing so, take on more and more risk. Look at the stock markets, look at the housing markets today. They are reaching record levels in many countries in the midst of what is the deepest post-war recession. And that should actually make us think. And then there is the issue of debt buildup. Moldova is blessed with a low debt to GDP ratio, but on a global level, this is truly an issue. And even before COVID, debt financing increased due to the low interest rates. But that was nothing compared to what happened during the pandemic. Governments worldwide pumped no less than $16 trillion US dollars into COVID-related support measures. 16,000 billion. And as a result, this year, worldwide government debt has increased from 85 to 100% of global GDP. Private debt has also strongly increased, and more so because of the support measures. Governments, banks, and businesses have become more interdependent. High debt levels do not make life easier for central banks either. Highly indebted businesses and governments would be more vulnerable to a hike in interest rates. And that not only raises the stakes for finding the right exit path from the economic crisis, it may also put pressure on the independence of central banks. If COVID hit us like a meteorite, then global warming could be compared with a collision with a different planet. We are involved in a global race to make our economies sustainable by 2050 and to prevent catastrophic climate change. The energy transition raises a whole new set of issues for financial stability and monetary policy. And then there is digitalization. The pandemic has accelerated the digital transformation in a way that is likely to reshape our economies and our societies. Technological innovation in finance is a good thing in and of itself. It will enable cheaper, faster, and more secure services. It will increase competition and financial inclusion, and it will thereby enhance people's welfare. But it also raises fundamental questions, including about cyber risks, about the future role of digital currencies, and the impact of digital solutions on the structure of our economies. And these are all fundamental changes that affect monetary policy. But how exactly? And how should central banks respond? Well, these challenges, I think, are big enough to warrant a thorough rethink of monetary policy strategy. And that's at least what we concluded at the European Central Bank. The strategy review is still underway, but certain general principles have to come to light that may also be relevant beyond the euro area. First and foremost, we need flexibility. The changes in the structure of the economy makes it more difficult to predict how central bank policy influences inflation. So the monetary policy strategy of central banks needs to be robust enough to deal with this higher degree of uncertainty. For instance, central banks should acknowledge that the time horizon for their objectives varies, depending on the shocks and the potential impact of structural trends on price stability. Next, it has become clear that central banks cannot do it alone. For example, the low interest rate environment strengthens the case for fiscal stabilization policies to play a greater role. And that's because low interest rates tend to increase the effectiveness of fiscal policy. Raising public expenditure in a low interest rate environment does not lead to less private spending. It does not lead to crowding out of private spending, as we say, because nominal interest rates remain low and are expected to remain low. In technical economic terms, the IS curve has become a bit steeper. A recent paper by Summers and Stansbury gives an excellent overview of how this works and how this affects the effectiveness of monetary and fiscal policies. Similarly, when public and private debt levels are high, it is important that government economic policies strengthen the growth capacity of the economy by structural reforms and public investments. Higher economic growth increases tax revenues, making public debt easier to bear. Especially now, it is important for governments to focus on reforms that foster the economic recovery, rather than austerity measures that initially put downward pressure on economic growth. When it comes to guiding the energy transition, governments take the lead. We basically need three things from them there. First, we need a carbon price that reflects the true climate cost of emission. We need a clear and credible transition plan so that firms and households know what to expect. And we need better disclosure of the carbon footprint of individual companies. Now, let me stress again that these deliverables lie squarely in the hands of the governments. But central banks can play an important role here too. For example, they could, within their mandates, of course, redesign their monetary policy instruments to help correct the carbon bias in capital markets. That way, they can contribute to unlocking more green investments. And as a financial supervisor, they can push banks and other financial firms to manage the climate risks in their portfolios adequately. Not only because it's just part of good risk management, but also it will ultimately impact on their investment decisions. And this way, financial institutions can become a powerful force in pushing the green transition. So summing up, our economies are undergoing a profound transition, and central banks have to adapt. That requires a rethink of their strategies, flexibility in the face of increased uncertainty, and a recognition of the limited scope of monetary policy, both by central banks and governments. Maybe only now, 30 years later, we fully realize how much courage it took for our Central and Eastern European partners to embark on their bold experiment. Without an existing blueprint, under economic and policy and political circumstances that make our troubles today look relatively benign. But they had little choice, and neither do we. So let's learn from their experience and take courage from their example and take on today's transition challenges. And as central banks, be flexible and adaptive and carefully rethink our role in the future. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Governor Knot. I would say your views are very, very relevant for Moldovan reality as well. You will not believe how much relevant. So thank you very much. We take note of your speech, and I think will help to many people here to develop views for the further reforms in the country, which are very much necessary. Thank you.
Another important partner of the Central Bank of the Republic of Moldova is the Central Bank of Belgium, with which we are cooperating for some time already, and we are in the same constituency, the Belgian one. And with big pleasure, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Pierre Wunsch, Governor of the National Bank of Belgium.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Octavian. It's a pleasure to be here, and indeed to celebrate a very young anniversary. Usually, when you celebrate anniversaries of central bank, you feel very young, and here, I guess, we all feel a bit old. So again, congratulations. And it's a pleasure to be here with you, although from a distance. But we've been faced with COVID and with those rules for now over a year, and we hope we can see each other for real. Not too far from now. You're putting me in a very difficult situation because I agree with most of what Klaas said. So I will try not to repeat what he said, but here and there you might hear some similarities, and maybe then I will focus a bit more on some issues where the margin we might even disagree a little bit. Anyway, I think it's important before we discuss the challenges of central banks to come back a little bit to the management of this crisis, and actually crisis in plural, because we had a succession of crises, the great financial crisis, and then the euro crisis, and then the COVID crisis. And we've been, for instance, in Europe with negative rates since 2015, if I'm not mistaken. So it's about 6 years already. And I guess my first message here would be a message of no regrets. I really believe we did what was necessary in very challenging circumstances. to cope with a number of economic shocks. And in particular, I think we managed quite well with this COVID crisis. I mean, from the monetary policy front, but also fiscal front, we really avoided our economies, going maybe in the direction of the 30s, and basically what we see now in our economies and worldwide is that the pickup has been actually quite robust and maybe coming much faster than we thought. So one lesson I think we should draw here is that an exogenous crisis, which is not triggered by an imbalances in the economy, is actually something very different from the usual crisis we've been faced with. So even though when you measure it on a pure GDP loss basis in 2020, this was a totally unique crisis. It seems today that the scarring and the structural impact will be maybe even not as big as the one of the financial crisis. So I really do believe that we acted in a proportionate way. And that on balance, although indeed, and I agree with Klaas, there are some negative impacts from our monetary policy, that on balance, the benefits were clearly higher than the costs. As Klaas mentioned as well, there was an interplay between fiscal and monetary in this crisis that was to some extent unique. And maybe to begin with the good news is that despite the fact that we were confronted with the effective lower bound and that we started the crisis with a low level of inflation, we were able to manage this crisis. So this was not obvious. I mean, a year before I actually presented the annual report of the bank. And so I made presentations and conferences in different parts of Belgium. And really what I wanted to explain to people is why do we have this expansion in monetary policy with very low rates? Because we want to go back to higher inflation to be able to have buffers basically to manage the next crisis. And that was just 1 or 2 months before the pandemic and COVID. But here the lesson is really, and there is some kind of maybe even divine coincidence, is that when you are at the lower bound and you are faced with a very big crisis, being at the lower bound is actually doesn't seem to be such a big constraint, because basically as long as the interest rate that you can provide to the economy with your monetary policy is below the nominal rate of growth of the economies in normal periods, you can really help the fiscal authorities to play their role. And this is actually what we've seen. There was complementarity between monetary and fiscal. Now, it's not always going to be the case that fiscal is going to react when there is a crisis, but when there is a big one and a common shock, and this was the case this time, we see that without any formal coordination, actually monetary and fiscal can go hand in hand. My second message would be that now that the worst part of the crisis is over, I mean, hopefully we need to be careful here, is that probably we are, in terms of policy, we are moving to out of the easy part of the crisis. I mean, easy, I mean, everything is relative, but actually spending money and providing ample liquidity to the economy is not that difficult. So I'm afraid exit is going one way or another to be a little bit more bumpy. And certainly, given the fact that we've experienced interest rates that have been going down for 40 years. So basically, we have market participants that have been used for 40 years of taking position in markets with the assumptions that rates were going to go down and ever going down. So there are many uncertainties. Will inflation go up as planned and as we hope it is going to do? And what if not? And how will market react if ultimately we have to indeed go back to a monetary policy that would be maybe a bit less expansionary? I also believe that the situation of favorable financial conditions in the market should not be taken as granted. So we need also to be cautious there. And I will not say more because of, for the same reason as Klaas mentioned, that we are in a quiet period. So I'm not going to comment the short-term policy measure that we could take. But anyway, from a, say, medium-term perspective, we also need to make sure that if we would exit, that the impacts on the financial markets would be manageable. I also do agree with Klaas that when we talk about the negative impacts or the trade-off, basically, that we are ever more confronted with when we are conducting monetary policy, that those are not purely theoretical. I mean, when we talk about the impact on financial markets, search for yield and financial stability, there are a number of indications that are already today a little bit troublesome. I mean, we have had in many of our countries, during a crisis that was, again, in GDP loss, quite unique, we've had house prices going up in Belgium 6%. I know in the Netherlands as well, but more broadly speaking, in Europe, house prices have been going up at the same time as we were confronted with a unique crisis. This should be, I guess, a cause for concern, and I'm sure we play some role in that. Likewise, I mean, the fact that at some point we had 2 trillion of market capitalization for crypto assets or currencies of however you would want to call them is also, I guess, a cause for concern. So I'm not going to discuss the PEP and what we are going to discuss in a number of days at the ECB level, and I will try to look at maybe indeed issues that are a bit more structural. And again, Klaas mentioned it, we've been confronted with this crisis with a combination of, a low R star and the fact that the capacity of monetary policy at some point to stimulate the economy was restricted because we could not go, we could go negative, but maybe not as much as would have been required just to go back to our objective. At the same time, as Klaas mentioned, I think we need to pay a lot of attention to that. We are probably confronted with a flatter Phillips curve and a steeper IS curve. So the impact of lower rates on the economy, on inflation ultimately might be less important than in the past. So less bang for the bucks. And so, indeed, we are ever more coming to issues of trade-offs between the benefits and maybe also some here and there the negative impacts of monetary policy. And, in a way, when I look at the economic situation today, and when I say today, it's not in the coming months, but just the fact that the recovery seems to be coming much sooner and to be actually more robust and stronger than anticipated. And also because it is to some extent already combined with here and there tensions in our labor markets and some supply side issues that we see are temporary, but much sooner than expected, we are going back to some structural issues that we knew before the crisis, and in our country, sometimes of tensions in labor markets, of companies finding it difficult to find workers. So, hopefully the conditions are now met for inflation to start going up again, and that's, of course, what we hope to see in Europe. But then at the same time, we need to wonder if within so many years, and I'm not going to put a number on the so many years, but within so many years, we go back to a positive output gap. In this environment where we see a number of inflation pressures building up, but if those would be transitory and not lead to a more sustained pickup in inflation, then I think we will really have to ask the question whether our instruments are indeed efficient and what we should do indeed if it doesn't work. Fiscal and monetary policy, I'm on the same page here with Klaas. As much as there was a nice combination of fiscal and monetary stimulus during this crisis, which was necessary, and I've been fully supportive of that, I think now will be time, slowly but surely, to rebuild the fiscal buffers. I don't think we should create, by the policy we are making and the communication we are conducting, or basically the communication that we have in the media, that we should give some impression or any kind of impression that there is a a willingness of the central bank to act under any circumstances if governments don't keep their public funds under control. The fact that we could conduct a very expansionary monetary policy was related to the fact that inflation was low. If at some point inflation is close to our objective, our room for maneuver will be much lower than it was during this crisis. And then maybe I would like to come back to what Klaas said on a number of more structural issues and maybe climate, because there I would like to add some nuances maybe to what he said. I think it is indeed a very big challenge. I mean, climate. One way to look at it is when typically you are talking about an oil shock, you have oil prices going up 20, 30, 50%. What we have decided when we decided in Europe, but also in other countries, that we want to go for carbon neutrality in 2050, basically we have decided that the price of carbon at some point is going to be close to infinite, that the price of oil is going to be close to infinite, that the price of coal is going to be close to infinite, that the price of natural gas is going to be close to infinite. Of course, it's going to take place within a period of 30 years, but this is potentially a huge shock on our economies. And we all agree, and I fully agree with Klaas on that front, that we should look at the risks that are resulting from these changes, but also that we should, and maybe we should start from that, we should have a much better understanding of what are going to be the implications of essentially mitigation measures in Europe and in other places to meet this objective of carbon neutrality within 30 years. And 30 years is a very short period. I mean, you know about it. We are celebrating 30 years here today. It's going to go very fast. We won't be there as governors to see the end of it, but it's going to take place very fast. So we need to have a much better understanding of what the implications are going to be on TFP, because this is a negative supply shock. I mean, it might have a positive impact on demand, but it is going to have a negative impact on supply. Can we measure that impact? Can we include that impact in our macro models? I don't think we can do that today. What is going to be the structural impact on inflation? All these issues, I think we don't understand very well. The second issue is indeed risks. And I think conceptually risk is not a difficult problem. Conceptually, we should indeed require banks to manage the risks that are related to climate change in a way that indeed takes those risks into account. So conceptually, this is not an issue. And indeed, for the same reasons, conceptually, we should take the risks related to climate in our monetary policy instruments, collateral policy, QE, because we should indeed take into account the risks that are associated with climate. Where I'm a bit more concerned is that I hear and see and read in the literature a sort of assumption that the markets don't get it, that the market indicators, that the rating agencies, that the market prices are by definition incorrect, wrong, and biased when dealing with climate. Now, this is a problem because I think we really need to prove that. I mean, if it's only a gut feeling, then it's very difficult to act against that. We need to be able to measure if there is any bias. If there is any bias, then I'm fully comfortable saying there is a problem there. We believe that markets, banks, or whatever in the financial markets don't take those risks into account. So we are going to take into account of a better measure of risk to deal with our collateral policy or to deal with our QE haircut. But if and when markets go in the right direction, if and when markets get it right, we need to be able to identify the fact that they are going in the right direction and then not add any kind of additional burden in terms of haircuts or anything else. And frankly, I'm not sure that markets don't get it. And when I'm looking at the share price of Tesla, I'm really not sure that markets don't get it. And of course, some people will say, well, we don't see a lot taking place. But it could be also because of policy failures. It could be because the measures that are being taken at political level are not credible enough. So there, it's difficult to make a difference between acting on the measures that have been taken by the authorities and taking the risk correctly into account, and the discussion whether the measures that are being taken into account are sufficient and credible enough. But I would find it very difficult, honestly, to add anything to a company that is compliant with the ETS, that is, faced with a regulation in Europe that needs ETS rights to be able to emit CO2. And to the extent that the risks related to the price of ETS are well captured by the market, I don't really believe that we should add anything to that. That is what is required by the authorities to those companies, and I will stop there. And that's where maybe I have a nuance with Klaas, to the extent that I really understand fully what his position would be on that one. I think our policy should be aligned with what the authorities decide. And for instance, if some activities in Europe are forbidden or heavily taxed, but would be allowed in other countries outside of Europe, I would be quite comfortable saying, we should not help those activities taking place by our QE policies if in Europe we consider they are not compatible with the objective of 2050. But if a company is compliant with European regulations, again, for instance, complying with ETL's rules, I would say that, the a priori is by definition that they are complying with the objective of 2050. And if it would not be the case, it would be actually a policy failure. It would be the European authorities not being credible or not doing enough to go to the objective of 2050. And then I really believe that being independent central bankers, it's not our role to correct policy failures. So on that one, the extent to which we should try to manage relative prices, I'm a bit more skeptical maybe than some of my colleagues. And I will stop with that, not that I want to stop on a negative note, but as Klaas said, I really believe this is a very complex issue, and I would just plead for us to make sure that we have a good understanding of those issues and that we get it right conceptually, but also in terms of the burden of proof, that if we feel that that there might be some issues conceptually, that we have instruments to rightly measure the risk, or really identify where we would believe there are some market failures on which we can act, and that are not policy failures. And I will stop there. And again, thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Indeed, what is lying ahead is could be even more challenging than the crisis itself. I can't agree more that we will need to look carefully at calibration of fiscal and monetary policy, and this is probably going to be the biggest challenge for the National Bank of Moldova and for Moldova as a whole in the near future. And watching risks carefully is totally appropriate. Thank you very much, Pierre. Acum am să trec.
Now I'll get to Lithuania. Lithuania, a country which broke away from the post-Soviet space at the same time as Moldova did, but it had a very rapid transition. They had a very intensive agenda reform. And today Lithuania is a full-fledged member of the European Union, with a market economy, with strong institutions, and with a robust banking system. There is a lot to learn from this country, and when it comes to central banks, we work with them. We have a cooperation agreement with the Bank of Lithuania. Today we have as a speaker Gediminas Simkus. He is the chairman of the board of the Bank of Lithuania, and it's my pleasure to give him the floor.
Dear governors, central bankers, colleagues, it's my great honor to speak to you on this joyful occasion, 30th anniversary of the National Bank of Moldova. And I think Over the 3 decades, the National Bank of Moldova has achieved a lot, from banking sector rehabilitation to delivering on price and financial sector stability. And I would like to use, if I may, the word maturity here as well. I think that National Bank of Moldova has matured into a central bank with a solid capacity and expertise, resilient governance, autonomy, policy credibility, and strong standing within the central bank's community. And I think the maturity is also very well reflected in the topic of our session, the role of central banks in the post-pandemic recovery. This is the topic of strategic importance and a long-time horizon for central banks. In my brief intervention today, we'll focus on 2 country groups. I think you'll find many of your resemblance in my words to the ones of the previous colleagues. But in any case, I will will focus on the advanced economies, and then I will turn to the emerging economies and their central banks. I would like to share also some slides I prepared for this event. I hope you see it well. And let's turn to the first slide. As I said, I will start with the advanced economies, and a strong fiscal impulse along with the successful vaccination campaign and monetary policy support will put, as you can see from the chart, the US economy above its potential already this year. And Euro area economy will continue to operate with a net negative output gap for some time. The US is now very likely to catch up with its pre-pandemic growth trend in 2022. And if you look at the Euro area, there's a smaller chances of that happening in the near future. A heated debate is now taking place whether the US can experience a surge in inflation. This would not allow for synchronized tightening across the advanced economies. Managing such desynchronization may prove to be challenging, but at the same time, we should not rush into conclusions, and the environment in which monetary policy operates has changed in recent years, and I would like to turn into this. As you can see from my next slide, the natural rate of interest has declined to 0 or even lower over the past decades in both the US and Europe, and Phillips curves have become considerably flatter in this period. Several structural factors underlie this diminished relation between the inflation and economic activity. One such factor is globalization, which has limited inflation in traded goods and even in certain services. A second factor is automation, which through the productivity gains has kept higher wages from being passed through to prices. In the Euro area, aggregate unemployment rate is higher compared to the US or Japan. Current tendencies in the labor market, such as emergence of the gig economies and the absence of stronger labor unions, lead to decreasing power for European labor. And this in turn makes it harder and harder to build wage pressures that could uplift the inflation. Therefore, the evidence that we have on the table now makes a sustained surge of inflation an unlikely event, be it in the US, Europe, or elsewhere. For the same reason that inflation did not drop much when output gaps were large and negative during the global financial crisis, the inflation is unlikely to increase to worrying levels at the moment. Of course, central banks need to stay vigilant and closely monitor inflation developments so that sudden reactionary policy doesn't put brakes on the economic recovery. Given all this, the implications of low natural interest rates will remain a first-order issue for advanced economy central banks in the post-pandemic period. Fiscal policy is the first tool in line, along with the structural reforms that can affect conditions shaping the current low interest rate environment. And here I would like to remind you saying that monetary policy cannot be the only game in town. Indeed, one explanation for the superior inflation performance of the US relative to the Euro area over the recent decade is that monetary and fiscal policies were more aligned. So the key risk in the post-pandemic period is that poor coordination between monetary and fiscal policies lead to a continued pronounced undershooting of the inflation objective. Beyond monetary policy, the importance of a macroprudential policy will only grow in the low interest rate environment, especially given the current level of monetary accommodation and the possible side effects of non-standard measures. A time is coming where policymakers will need to consider tightening selected macroprudential policy tools to tackle pockets of elevated vulnerabilities. For instance, throughout the COVID-19 crisis, the demand for housing continued to increase in many countries, drawing attention to the risks in the residential real estate market. These include a possible house price over-evaluation, elevated household indebtedness, and high residential real estate exposure of banks. Let me now turn to the emerging market. During the peak of the pandemic crisis, capital outflows from emerging market economies were unprecedented in scale and speed, but also they were short-lived. And emerging market economies, including Moldova, shed their fear of floating and allowed for the exchange rate to move down and absorb the shock. In sharp contrast to a previous crisis, a third of emerging market economies have employed quantitative easing, as you can see from the slide. In the past, emerging market economies generally tightened monetary policy to avoid rapid capital outflows and the inflationary effect of exchange rate depreciations. The current crisis has seen emerging market economy policy reaction being more in line with that of the advanced economies, with quantitative easing being launched even before reaching the zero lower bound on policy rates. Financial markets mostly responded favorably to the announcement of quantitative easing. Central banks successfully communicated that they stood behind the sovereign should fiscal expansion undermine investor confidence. Long-term interest rates increased in response while exchange rates did not move significantly. So what explains this resilience of the emerging market economies? Of course, large-scale injections of new liquidity by the Fed and other systemic central banks have eased global financial conditions and redirected investors to emerging market economies in search for better yielding. But we should also not underestimate the progress of the emerging market economies themselves. A number of emerging market economies have strengthened their monetary policy frameworks in recent years, anchored inflation expectations, and further developed local currency sovereign debt markets. This enabled them to step into the terra incognita with asset purchases when the crisis hit. Such experience confirms that strong fundamentals constitute the first line of defense for emerging market economy central banks against potential shocks. As the history of the emerging market sell-off in 2018 or the 2013 taper tantrum tells us, capital flows to emerging market economies are vulnerable to advanced economy central bank policy movement, particularly by the Fed. Therefore, now it's the time for emerging market economies to further strengthen their monetary policy frameworks and build their hard-won monetary policy independence. International institutions, such as the IMF, are there to help countries through programs of capacity development. IMF programs for emerging markets are often stress the need to safeguard central banks' independence and strengthen monetary policy frameworks, which can truly help emerging market economies under severe stress. Dear colleagues, let me conclude here, and for now we can see the contours of what needs to be done to prepare for the post-pandemic economies. Some think that we are entering into uncharted waters. Some think that we will get where we were, but in any case, we require new ideas and bold actions. And therefore, I hope that we can come back to the topic, this important topic, and continue our dialogue in the future. Thank you for your attention and wish you a fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor. A very comprehensive analysis, very interesting one. Indeed, it reflects what has been done now and what are the concerns for the future.
Now, allow me to give the floor to one more speaker who comes from Georgia, a country with whom we have similar history. We broke away almost 30 years ago from the Soviet Union, and Georgia is going through very important reforms and that have a lot of similarities with the challenges that we go through. So we have things to learn each from each other. What's new is that we have a lot of experts, managers who come from Georgia and work here in Moldova, which I think is a very good thing for the exchange of experience. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to give the floor to Koba Gvendadze, Governor of the National Bank of Georgia.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Governor Armashu, dear governors, guests of the conference, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure, great pleasure to be here on the 30th anniversary of the National Bank of Moldova. As the governor mentioned, our two countries do share some period of time together in the history and our break up from the former Soviet Union. And we have a lot of things to share. I do miss my discussion with Governor Armashu during some events which we used to have before. And I very much hope that in the near future, we will be able to meet together and have real events in terms of discussing things and sharing experience. This topic which we are discussing today, and there were very interesting presentations, is very important. And the way how we are going to be ready for the post-pandemic period is important. So I think that our experience and our vision will be also important for our Moldovan colleagues and from other countries as well. So I have just one slide to share. Let me, so COVID-19 pandemic has hit the entire world economy in unprecedented way. National Bank of Georgia introduced a series of emergency measures to counteract the impact of the economic crisis, using the mixture of standard policy tools and temporary facilities. Despite having seen the rollout of the vaccine all over the world, it is still hard to see a quick end to the pandemic. Obviously, the National Bank of Georgia thinks ahead of the post-pandemic period and assesses the challenges and consequences of today's choices from a longer-term perspective. Various adverse challenges and risks may arise in the post-pandemic era, particularly in still high dollarized economies like Georgia. So let me speak about two of these challenges. One, risk stemming from global financial conditions and particularly from US interest rates. For instance, if the Fed decides to start lift off from a near zero interest rate early and starts to tighten financial conditions in line with the recovery, it may trigger capital outflows from developing and emerging economies, strengthening the US dollar globally. This will amplify financial stability risks as foreign currency borrowers are mostly unhedged, and further depreciation of the domestic currency against the US dollar will increase their debt burden, effectively making them potentially insolvent. Beyond the credit insolvency risks, exchange rate depreciation, induced possibly by the US interest rate hike, will also contribute to additional inflationary pressures through soaring production costs, since the producers' balance sheets are highly dollarized in Georgia and in many developing countries as well. And depreciation increases their debt service burden, eventually leading them to push prices up. The second challenge, as we see it, resurgence of inflationary pressures driven by gradually recovered aggregate demand in the face of constrained supply. Once the pandemic significantly retreats and the related restrictions further ease, aggregate demand is expected to recover. But the supply may remain depressed for some time, as some part of companies, especially in the hospitality sector, which is very important in Georgia because tourism is a very important contributor to the growth of the country, and these companies may have exited the market. The latter, in turn, may further affect the inflationary pressures, which will warrant a tight stance of monetary policy to be maintained for a relatively longer period of time to make sure that inflation goes to a targeted level. Central banks may thus face a tough trade-off between output and inflation in the post-pandemic period. However, we realize that focusing on price stability pays off in the long run, particularly in emerging and developing economies like Georgia, for which once higher inflation expectations become entrenched, re-anchoring them is quite costly. Alongside all above-mentioned challenges, central banks need to be also cautious about the timely withdrawal of the implemented temporary measures. In response to the crisis, we developed a temporary supervisory plan, which, among others, implied use of the capital buffers. Considering the existing capitalization of the banks and their expected profitability, we have started discussion on recovery dates or released capital buffers requirements. In order to give clarity about our approach on capital restoration plans, we submitted the plans to banks. We decided to announce capital restoration trigger date and give up to 2 years to the banking sector to re-accumulate capital buffers gradually without facing significant hardship or having material impact on lending to growth. Obviously, those plans are valid in the baseline scenario, assuming that economy is on path of recovery from pandemic and impact of the shock is fully reflected on the bank's balance sheet. It should be noted that we have proactively asked banks to provision for COVID-19 related expected credit losses in the beginning of pandemic, already in March 2020, and total additional loan loss reserves amounted around to 3% of the existing credit portfolio. Since then, our economy is largely following the baseline projections, and that estimates of potential losses remains valid as of today. So with this early loan loss provisioning, we let international community know where we are, that we still have good capital buffers, and our banking system is withstanding the difficulties of the shock very, very well due to buffers accumulated before pandemic. In general, the key challenges for capital restoration plan is trade-off between investors' interest regarding dividends distribution, crediting real economy, and capital accumulation. However, given the current situation, the banking system capital ratios are above the pre-COVID capital requirements, and bank will be given sufficient time to reaccumulate capitals gradually. One more issue I want to talk about is liquidity measures and how to make the best use of central bank policy measures, tools that we used in during pandemic, and how to use them in post-pandemic period. COVID-19 represented a major shock to the global economy with severe repercussions on financial markets. And in response to this crisis, temporary liquidity measures have been launched globally, and of course in Georgia as well. This was necessary to avoid disorderly market conditions and to support the increase in liquidity risks. In Georgia, for example, it resulted in pushing up of local currency interest rates by 3 percentage points, and to provide the bank system with sufficient liquid funds, and more importantly, assure that availability of liquidity in the future, we introduced additional swap operations to commercial banks and microfinance organizations. Despite the temporary nature of this instrument, they are keeping liquidity risks low and should be phased down gradually, regardless of how fast the recovery unfolds. And given a high level of uncertainty, in order to maintain liquidity risks subdued and not to bring additional fluctuations to the financial market, it seems safer to prolong these instruments until economic conditions stabilize and uncertainty recedes. One more direction which we are looking at is sustainable finance, because sustainability issues are among the main challenges that countries are facing all over the world. National Bank of Georgia acknowledges the importance of addressing the sustainability issues of the financial system. And for this purpose, we developed a framework for sustainable finance. The framework, we summarize this framework in a roadmap for sustainable finance in Georgia, which we launched before pandemic in 2019. And since then, we are in the process of implementing the action plan outlined in the roadmap. We have made significant progress in terms of integrating ESG considerations into the corporate governance code for commercial banks. And we want to continue with this because this will be definitely beneficial for our financial system and for the economy down the road. And the last point I want to talk about is digitalization of financial services, which we see as an opportunity and challenges for the central banks. Today, the world is actively digitizing various service sectors, which is caused by both technological development and the existence of pandemic. It's noteworthy that technology plays a major role in the development of financial sector, helping improve financial services and operations. And as a result, customers can perform financial transactions much more easily, securely, and quickly. The high rate of innovation reduces product prices and increases the diversity of services. And that is why the widespread availability of digital technologies and development of artificial intelligence creates new opportunities and increase the efficiency of financial sector. We are actively involved in the processes of promoting digitalization and technological developments. And we have been launched several projects in this direction, which includes open banking, fast payment system, digital Georgian currency lari project. And during infrastructure projects, the National Bank of Georgia tries to lead the project with maximum involvement of the private sector and operate under a public-private partnership schemes. We think that in the medium term, digitalization of banks is considered, which means increasing remote delivery of services, and digital banking framework has been set up to encourage the processes. We are actively working on other future projects that will promote more affordable, faster, and secure financial services. So at the end, I want to say that our approach was always to make sure that we introduce the necessary measures anytime in order to reduce financial risks in the system. And we were following the idea of repairing the roof until the sun is still shining, and it has paid off. We have prepared well for the system. The system is resilient to the shock. And in order to make sure that we also continue that process well in the future, we have prepared the set of these measures which I was discussing. Thank you for your attention. And again, I want to congratulate National Bank of Moldova on 30th anniversary. Thanks for the opportunity to be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor. I will confess much of what you just told us reflect on the challenges, opportunities, and worries and concerns that we have here in the National Bank of Moldova. And I hope next time we have a chance to meet in person, we will discuss many of these issues.
All right, here we end the first panel regarding the role of central banks in supporting post-pandemic economy. First of all, let me thank all of my colleagues, governors of the central banks, for the ideas that they shared, for the visions, for the views. There's a lot of things to process, but at the surface, I see a lot of things that we should equip ourselves with. It is clear that economic recovery after the pandemic can take place, and it can take place with a support through policies from the government. I mean, economic policies which should explore the opportunities that this pandemic has created. Now, monetary policy is not an answer per se for the recovery. However, it is necessary. What is necessary is a good calibration of the monetary policy and of the fiscal policy in the immediate future in order to ensure conditions to relaunch the economy on the one hand, and on the other hand, to continue ensure price stability. However, if we have these two well-balanced policies, then none of them would become would actually put brakes on the other, but rather relaunch the economy. I mean, we have to be careful with the risks and liquidity that we put on the market, which should help relaunch the economy and not become a problem. So here I'll end the discussions regarding the first panel. At 1 o'clock, we're waiting for you for the second panel. The topic is how did we change in the pandemic, and how can we build on that? So there will be people from the banking sector, from the private sector, financial infrastructure, to see how these points of view are building on each other, and what can we learn from each other so that we can overcome this crisis together. Thank you so much, and I'll wait for you. So you're welcome back.
Stimați colaboratori ai Băncii Naționale și ai sistemului bancar în corpore, în calitate de semnătar al decretului cu privire la crearea Băncii Naționale, vă transmit felicitări călduroase cu prilejul aniversării remarcabile de 30 de ani de activitate prodigioasă a instituției în cauză. Totodată, cu mulțumirile de rigoare, menționez aportul considerabil la realizarea decretului prin elaborarea și promovarea proiectelor de legi despre Banca Națională și Sistemul Bancar a domnilor Valeriu Muravski, Constantin Tampiza, Mihai Pătraș, Gheorghe Fros, Leonid Talmaci. Mă bucur să constat că pe parcursul anilor activitatea Băncii Naționale s-a tot perfecționat, reușindu-se în temei promovarea unei politici unice în domeniul circulației monetare, creditare, operațiilor cu valută străină, precum și asigurarea unui control eficient asupra sistemului bancar. În mod deosebit, evidențiem rolul Băncii Naționale în introducerea valutei naționale și menținerea cursului relativ stabil al leului moldovenesc. Aceste constatări ne permit să afirmăm că Banca Națională și sistemul bancar au devenit atribut incontestabil al economiei de piață, fapt pentru care munca domniilor voastre merită cele mai înalte aprecieri. Eu vă felicit încă o dată și vă doresc noi succese pe viitor.
Stimați colegi, îmi face o deosebită plăcere să vă transmit cele mai sincere și frumoase felicitări cu ocazia Zilei Lucrătorului Bancar. Astăzi, fiecare dintre noi își face un bilanț propriu al rezultatelor profesionale obținute în ultimul an și posibil retrăiește momente afective legate de acestea. Căci a fi un profesionist înseamnă nu doar să fii competent, dar și să pui suflet în ceea ce faci. În pofida contextului actual dificil, pe fondul pandemiei și al crizei economice asociate, avem un sistem bancar viabil și stabil, armonizat cu standardele internaționale, cu arhitectură financiară adecvată, cu servicii și produse bancare calitative. Alături de comunitatea financiar-bancară din întreaga lume, am ajuns la o etapă când trebuie să reconsiderăm lecțiile învățate în urma crizei și din această perspectivă să ne continuăm calea profesională în noua realitate. Aceasta ne pune în față multe întrebări, la care trebuie să găsim răspunsuri chiar acum, să venim cu o viziune nouă asupra pașilor următori și să desfășurăm în continuare procesul de reformă în sectorul bancar pentru a răspunde necesităților economiei, să venim cu produse moderne, să punem în valoare cele învățate în criză. De asemenea, va trebui să fim rezistenți în fața provocărilor. Și cea mai mare provocare a momentului este să apărăm reformele pe care le-am implementat cu abnegație și responsabilitate în ultimii ani, astfel încât cetățenii să se bucure în continuare de serviciile unui sector bancar transparent și sigur. Anul acesta marcăm 30 de ani de la înființarea Băncii Naționale, care a pus bazele sistemului bancar din Republica Moldova. În acest răstimp, sistemul bancar a fost supus multor teste. Am acumulat cunoștințe, experiențe, chiar am învățat și unele lecții extrem de grele. Și am certitudinea că vom continua calea reformelor cu tenacitate și responsabilitate, construind un sistem bancar puternic, transparent și competitiv la nivel global. În spatele tuturor realizărilor din sectorul bancar stă munca de zi cu zi a fiecăruia dintre dumneavoastră, cu profundă implicare profesională și orele dedicate acesteia mult peste program. Stă competența dumneavoastră pe care o îmbunătățiți prin studiu permanent aliniat la standardele internaționale și străduință de a fi alături de cetățeni în incluziunea financiară. Apreciez profesionalismul, devotamentul și perseverența de care dați dovadă în activitatea dumneavoastră, contribuind la afirmarea sistemului financiar bancar. Vă doresc sănătate, prosperitate și noi realizări profesionale.
Acum 30 de ani, la data de 4 iunie 1991, a fost creată Banca Națională a Moldovei. Unul dintre primii șefi de misiuni la negocierile Fondului Monetar, a memorandumului cu privire la politicile economice ale Republicii Moldova cu FMI, domnul Julian Beringaud a declarat că FMI a considerat greșit că va fi dificil de creat bănci centrale în noile state independente, dat fiind faptul că ele pur și simplu nu existau în comparație cu alte structuri republicane guvernamentale, care funcționau și pe timpurile sovietice și care puteau fi numai modernizate. De aceea, la început, FMI a acordat într-o perioadă scurtă asistență tehnică enormă, anume băncilor centrale. Prin urmare, ele s-au dezvoltat rapid, iar alte structuri statale, având amprente din trecut, au rămas în urmă și restructurarea unora din ele continuă. Dacă facem o incursiune în istorie relativ scurtă a BNM, e necesar să ne amintim ce a fost la început. Răspuns, nimic. Adică nici personal calificat cu cunoștințe macroeconomice, iar noțiunea de inflație și cotarea cursului de schimb valutar și supraveghere bancară adecvată nici n-au existat în țările ex-socialiste. De asemenea, BNM, fără capital propriu, fără rezerve valutare internaționale, fără legislație respectivă, fără înzestrare tehnică și tehnologică. Cu alte cuvinte, treceam de la o rânduire social-politică la alta într-un timp record scurt, 2-3 ani. Iată care au fost pașii următori în ordine cronologică. Primul, la 11 și 12 iunie 1991 au fost adoptate două legi de bază cu privire la Banca Națională și cu privire la instituțiile financiare. 2. La 29 noiembrie 1993, prin decretul semnat de președintele Republicii Moldova, a fost introdusă moneda națională în circulație. Rata inflației a rublii sovietice la acea dată constituia 2750%. 3. La 30 iunie 1995, adică numai peste un an și 7 luni de la introducerea leului în circulație, Banca Națională a acceptat cerințele articolului 8 al acordului cu privire la statutul Fondului Monetar Internațional, ceea ce înseamnă convertibilitatea operațiunilor curente internaționale și parțial de capital. 4. La 21 iulie 1995, Parlamentul Republicii Moldova a adoptat două legi noi cu privire la Banca Națională și instituțiile financiare, elaborate cu asistență tehnică a Fondului Monetar Internațional. 5. La 1 ianuarie 1998, stabilirea băncilor comerciale a cerinței cu privire la capitalul minim egal cu 5 milioane IQ, schimbarea sistemelor de evidență contabilă, contabilitate și audit, de raportare financiară, supraveghere bancară, conform standardelor Basel 1. 6. La 30 iunie 2006, legea cu privire la Banca Națională a fost ajustată cu scopul îndeplinirii noului obiectiv fundamental, asigurarea și menținerea stabilității prețurilor și interzis creditarea deficitului bugetului de stat. 7. În anii următori, legislația bancară a fost aliniată la standardele Uniunii Europene. Doresc să menționez de asemenea că sistemul bancar moldovenesc a rezistat excelent în timpul crizelor financiare, regională din 1998, agricolă din 2006 și globală financiară din 2008-2009. În acești 30 de ani, Banca Națională a Moldovei a devenit o instituție credibilă și a trecut prin perioade mai puțin sau mai mult complicate. Oricum, nota corectă cu privire la performanța ei este și va fi pusă de către societate. În încheiere, doresc să le mulțumesc mult atât foștilor membri ai Consiliului de Administrație și colaboratorilor care au contribuit la dezvoltarea Băncii Naționale a Moldovei, cât și actualilor care continuă reformele și consolidarea băncii. La mulți ani Băncii Naționale a Moldovei!
În contextul aniversării înființării Băncii Naționale a Moldovei la 4 iunie, aș dori să evidențiez unele evenimente marcante din istoria celor 3 decenii de activitate ale băncii la care am avut onoarea de a fi participant. Am venit în echipa Băncii Naționale în 1992, deci la jumătate de an de la fondare, iar responsabilitatea mea de bază a fost domeniul politicii macroeconomice și monetare, inclusiv introducerea în circulație a leului moldovenesc. La acea perioadă, obiectivul de bază era destul de ambigu și complicat de realizat, și anume stabilizarea prețurilor în perioada de hiperinflație, a cursului valutar, a ratelor dobânzilor de refinanțare bancare, sarcini în mare parte diametral opuse în realizarea lor. Ca exemplu pot menționa că așa numită rată de refinanțare a băncilor de către Banca Națională a Moldovei a atins în perioada maximă valoarea de 377%. Banca Națională mai era antrenată în creditarea unor proiecte de ordin social, dar și de asigurarea a existenței economiei nereformate, lipsa unui sistem bancar comercial veritabil la acea etapă era o necesitate absolută, care ulterior, pas cu pas, s-a rezolvat. În acest haos de destrămare a relațiilor economice în interiorul și exteriorul Republicii Moldova și-a început activitatea și Banca Centrală a Republicii Moldova. Această perioadă a lăsat memorii adânci pentru experiența ulterioară. Poate cel mai important element al supraviețuirii noastre în acea perioadă a fost spiritul de echipă și de dăruire totală a unui ideal de a avea o bancă centrală și un sistem bancar național propriu. Ideal care în mare parte este realizat prin prezența unor investitori notorii de profil în unele bănci din țară cu experiență internațională și portofolii serioase pentru economie și populație. Poate cea mai mare satisfacție profesională a activității mele ulterioare la Banca Națională a fost participarea activă în cadrul unei echipe Banca Națională și Guvern la reforma monetară din 1993, care a culminat cu introducerea în circulație a leului moldovenesc. Și la acest subiect vreau să menționez că această reformă, în opinia noastră și a experților străini, a fost tardivă, cu efect întârziat, dar nu a depins de Banca Națională a Moldovei, de voința acesteia. Ea a fost rodul unor decizii politice din acea perioadă care nu aveau nimic cu pregătirea Băncii Naționale pentru această reformă. Aș aduce mulțumiri deosebite băncilor centrale din Franța, România, Cehia și Olanda pentru deschiderea totală de asistență tehnică mutuală la această reformă monetară, dar și pentru asistența tehnică permanentă ulterioară. A fost o perioadă dificilă, de decizii neordinare, unele lipsite de suport politic. A fost o muncă titanică, dar și de o plăcere profesională deosebită că ești parte a unei echipe ce creează istoria modernă a unei bănci centrale și a unui stat. Dacă mă refer la activitatea mea actuală în cadrul Consiliului de Supraveghere al Băncii Naționale, pot confirma că în această perioadă, urmare asistenței tehnice internaționale, inclusiv a Fondului Monetar Internațional, a altor organizații internaționale și a partenerilor noștri de dezvoltare, dezvoltăm o bancă centrală pe principiile celor mai bune practici internaționale în domeniu. Banca Națională a progresat mult prin reformare internă, calitatea managementului și a personalului din oficiu. Am avansat și la capitolul de transparență în activitate și o mai bună comunicare pe extern, la acțiunile și de ce nu la inacțiunile noastre uneori. Deseori suntem și în atenția mass media, obiectiv sau nu, dar asta e realitatea pe care o înțelegem și o asumăm. Totuși, mai multe detalii cu o altă ocazie, la această frumoasă aniversare aș aduce sincere felicitări personalului băncii care zi de zi își face meserie deloc ușoară. În acest context aș dori să aduc recunoștință celor care au fost la începuturi, dar și celor care în toată această perioadă au asigurat trecutul și confirmă prin munca cotidiană prezentul Băncii Naționale. La mulți ani, Banca Națională a Moldovei!
Let me express my sincere gratitude to the National Bank of Moldova for extending invitation to the conference dedicated to the 30th anniversary of the bank. On behalf of the National Bank of Georgia I congratulate the National Bank of Moldova and its entire staff with this anniversary. I wish the bank and the governor all the best in the coming years. Currently, the central banking community navigates COVID-induced economic uncertainty and shocks in fulfillment of its mandate. I wish the National Bank of Moldova to remain an anchor of stability in all turmoils that we are experiencing now. Many good years to come. Congratulations.
Dear colleagues, I'm very happy today to congratulate you on this beautiful occasion, 30 years anniversary of the National Bank of Moldova. Over the 3 decades, you have achieved a lot, from banking sector rehabilitation to delivering on price and financial sector stability. The National Bank of Moldova has matured into a central bank with a solid capacity and expertise, a resilient governance, policy credibility, and a strong standing within the international central banking community. I know that behind of all these achievements, there are people who made this happen, so congratulations to each and every one of you. On this celebration day, I'd like to wish you to never stop. Dream even more, believe in what you do, and move forward with even stronger energy. Stay proud of being part of the team of the National Bank of Moldova. And best of luck from Lithuania.
Banca Națională a fost fondată la 4 iunie 1991. Este banca centrală a Republicii Moldova cu sediul în Chișinău. Pe parcursul anilor, mii de persoane, în special copii și tineri, i-au trecut pragul în scop de educație financiară. Vizita la Banca Națională a Moldovei începe aici, în sala de expoziții, unde poate fi admirată colecția de exponate ce reflectă circulația monetară pe teritoriul Republicii Moldova începând cu anul 1991. Cel mai important pas l-a constituit introducerea la 29 noiembrie 1993 a monedei naționale, leul moldovenesc. În perioada de pregătire a introducerii monedei naționale au fost puse în discuție 2 variante de denumire a monedei naționale, ducat și leu.
Precursorul monedei noastre naționale, a leului moldovenesc, a fost talerul leu olandez, care este bătut de către Provinciile Unite în secolul al XVI-lea. Această monedă foarte rapid a devenit populară în întreaga Europa, inclusiv și în Principatele Române. În țara Moldovei, această monedă a fost numită leu, în special datorită imaginii pe care o conține. Moneda are pe avers imaginea unui cavaler în armură, care susține un scut pe care este imaginea acestui leu. Iar pe revers apare pe toată suprafața leul rampant sau leul heraldic.
În perioada de introducere a leului moldovenesc, inițial au existat 3 bancnote, de 1, 5 și 10 lei. Bancnota de 5 lei era albastră, cea de 1 leu galbenă, iar cea de 10 roșie, ansamblul tricolorului, evocând astfel culorile drapelului. Autorul designului leului moldovenesc este regretatul artist plastic Gheorghe Vrabie, care este și autorul stemei de stat a Republicii Moldova.
Bancnota este de fapt o lucrare de sinteză. O lucrare complexă care cuprinde genul portretului, genul peisajului, arta heraldicii, simbolistica. Deci sunt foarte multe elemente care nu oricine le cunoaște și este într-adevăr foarte complicat să le închegi pe toate într-o lucrare. S-a lucrat în mare secret. Gheorghe Vrabie trebuia să plece în București să lucreze, dar să nu spună nici măcar soției unde este. A lucrat timp de 3 luni de zile, practic zi și noapte, păzit de o santinelă, pentru a nu se scurge informația. Gheorghe Vrabie era foarte mândru de această lucrare, de aceea mi-amintesc cu drag cum tatăl meu spunea că leii noștri sunt buni anume pentru că sunt ai noștri.
Un loc aparte în sala de expoziții îl ocupă monedele comemorative și jubiliare, care sunt atracția vizitatorilor băncii centrale. Acestea sunt confecționate din metal prețios, aur sau argint și se emit într-un tiraj restrâns, fiind dedicate unor personalități, evenimente istorice, naturii, științei sau artelor. Monedele sunt prezentate în cutii speciale și sunt însoțite de certificate de autenticitate ce conțin caracteristicile monedei și semnătura guvernatorului BNM. Prima monedă comemorativă a fost emisă în 1996, la 5 ani de la proclamarea independenței Republicii Moldova. Moneda națională își are locul său în istorie. Aceasta reflectă cultura națională, identitatea spirituală a poporului și este expresia suveranității, independenței, precum și a nivelului de dezvoltare a statului. Securitatea bancnotelor și a monedelor metalice este realizată prin incorporarea în acestea a elementelor de siguranță. Câteva dintre acestea le cunoaștem cu toții. Firul metalic, filigranul ce rede pe bancnotele noastre portretul domnitorului Ștefan cel Mare, hârtia specifică.
Să luăm de exemplu bancnota cu valoarea nominală de 200 de lei. În centrul acesteia este amplasată inscripția Republica Moldova. Mai jos găsim ghioșul, în interiorul căruia este aplicată o dantelă neîntreruptă și este imprimată cifra 200. Iar mai jos găsim inscripția 200 lei. În partea stângă a bancnotei este plasat portretul lui Ștefan cel Mare de culoare gri și este orientat spre centru. Atât portretul cât și inscripția verticală semisferică Ștefan cel Mare și cifra de mai jos 200 pot fi remarcate la palpare. Aceasta este o imprimare în relief. Iar sub portretul lui Ștefan cel Mare este imprimat numărul de ordine al bancnotei format din 6 cifre. Și acum să aruncăm privirea în dreapta bancnotei, unde sunt imprimate două elemente vertical decorative, între care este amplasat semnătura guvernatorului BNM. Deasupra semnăturii guvernatorului BNM, într-un medalion rotund decorativ, găsim stema Republicii Moldova. Sub facsimil, într-un cerc pe fundal alb, simbolul victoriei, deci este o imagine stilizată a literei V și a soarelui deasupra ei. Iar pe circumferință este inscripția pe un picior de plai, pe o gură de rai. Dacă privim bancnota sub echipamentul special a razelor ultraviolete, putem observa fluorescența în lumina UV. Tot aici, ca element de siguranță, putem observa fire bifluorescente care sunt pe suprafața acestei bancnote. Avem și firul de siguranță cu fluorescență multicoloră, care la lumina zilei îl vedem ca fir metalizat de siguranță și respectiv avem o imprimare invizibilă care o puteți observa pe partea neimprimată albă a bancnotei. Aceste, dar și alte elemente de siguranță pot fi vizualizate detaliat pe pagina web a Băncii Naționale a Moldovei la rubrica Moneda.
Republica Moldova, fiind o țară mică, nu dispune de o monetărie. De aceea se recurge la serviciile monetăriilor din alte țări pentru a asigura necesarul de monedă națională. În acest mod, de asemenea ca și alte bănci centrale, modernizează periodic bancnotele prin îmbunătățirea elementelor de siguranță. Totodată, se știe că bancnotele aflate în circulație se uzează cu timpul și necesită a fi înlocuite cu altele noi. În acest sens, bunele practici internaționale reflectă experiențe de optimizare a cheltuielilor și nu numai, sugerând în funcție de anumiți factori înlocuirea bancnotelor prin monede metalice. Astfel, în anul 2018, după o analiză minuțioasă, au fost emise monedele metalice de 1, 2, 5 și 10 lei. Banca Națională a Moldovei este deschisă publicului și oricine dintre cetățeni poate veni la ghișeul acesteia dacă are nevoie să schimbe o bancnotă deteriorată pe una corespunzătoare circulației. De asemenea, Banca Centrală publică pe pagina sa web diverse informații referitoare la activitatea sa și a băncilor licențiate din Republica Moldova. Obiectivul fundamental al Băncii Naționale este asigurarea și menținerea stabilității prețurilor. Pentru realizarea acestui scop, banca promovează o politică monetară de țintire a inflației la nivelul de 5%, cu un interval de variație de plus-minus 1,5 puncte procentuale. Acest nivel este considerat optim pentru dezvoltarea economică a Republicii Moldova. Alături de promovarea politicii monetare, Banca Națională are mai multe atribuții importante în stat. Are dreptul exclusiv de a emite moneda națională, leul moldovenesc, și asigură necesarul de monedă pentru economie, păstrează și gestionează rezervele valutare ale statului, stabilește regimul cursului de schimb al monedei naționale, licențiază băncile și are grijă ca acestea să activeze conform normelor stabilite pentru ca cetățenii să poată beneficia de servicii bancare sigure și calitative.
Stimați colaboratori ai Băncii Naționale și ai sistemului bancar în corpore, în calitate de semnătar al decretului cu privire la crearea Băncii Naționale, vă transmit felicitări călduroase cu prilejul aniversării remarcabile de 30 de ani de activitate prodigioasă a instituției în cauză. Totodată, cu mulțumirile de rigoare, menționez aportul considerabil la realizarea decretului prin elaborarea și promovarea proiectelor de legi despre Banca Națională și Sistemul Bancar a domnilor Valeriu Muravski, Constantin Tampiza, Mihai Pătraș, Gheorghe Fros, Leonid Talmaci. Mă bucur să constat că pe parcursul anilor activitatea Băncii Naționale s-a tot perfecționat, reușindu-se în temei promovarea unei politici unice în domeniul circulației monetare, creditare, operațiilor cu valută străină, precum și asigurarea unui control eficient asupra sistemului bancar. În mod deosebit, evidențiem rolul Băncii Naționale în introducerea valutei naționale și menținerea cursului relativ stabil al leului moldovenesc. Aceste constatări ne permit să afirmăm că Banca Națională și sistemul bancar au devenit atribut incontestabil al economiei de piață, fapt pentru care munca domniilor voastre merită cele mai înalte aprecieri. Eu vă felicit încă o dată și vă doresc noi succese pe viitor.
Stimați colegi, îmi face o deosebită plăcere să vă transmit cele mai sincere și frumoase felicitări cu ocazie Zilei Lucrătorului Bancar. Astăzi, fiecare dintre noi își face un bilanț propriu al rezultatelor profesionale obținute în ultimul an și posibil retrăiește momente afective legate de acestea. Căci a fi un profesionist înseamnă nu doar să fii competent, dar și să pui suflet în ceea ce faci. În pofida contextului actual dificil, pe fondul pandemiei și al crizei economice asociate, avem un sistem bancar viabil și stabil, armonizat cu standardele internaționale, cu arhitectură financiară adecvată, cu servicii și produse bancare calitative. Alături de comunitatea financiar-bancară din întreaga lume, am ajuns la o etapă când trebuie să reconsiderăm lecțiile învățate în urma crizei și din această perspectivă să ne continuăm calea profesională în noua realitate. Aceasta ne pune în față multe întrebări, la care trebuie să găsim răspunsuri chiar acum. să venim cu o viziune nouă asupra pașilor următori și să desfășurăm în continuare procesul de reformă în sectorul bancar pentru a răspunde necesităților economiei, să venim cu produse moderne, să punem în valoare cele învățate în criză. De asemenea, va trebui să fim rezistenți în fața provocărilor. Și cea mai mare provocare a momentului este să apărăm reformele pe care le-am implementat cu abnegație și responsabilitate în ultimii ani, astfel încât cetățenii să se bucure în continuare de serviciile unui sector bancar transparent și sigur. Anul acesta marcăm 30 de ani de la înființarea Băncii Naționale, care a pus bazele sistemului bancar din Republica Moldova. În acest răstimp, sistemul bancar a fost supus multor teste. Am acumulat cunoștințe, experiențe, chiar am învățat și unele lecții extrem de grele și am certitudinea că vom continua calea reformelor cu tenacitate și responsabilitate, construind un sistem bancar puternic, transparent și competitiv la nivel global. În spatele tuturor realizărilor din sectorul bancar stă munca de zi cu zi a fiecăruia dintre dumneavoastră, cu profundă implicare profesională și orele dedicate acesteia mult peste program. Stă competența dumneavoastră pe care o îmbunătățiți prin studiu permanent aliniat la standardele internaționale și străduință de a fi alături de cetățeni în incluziunea financiară. Apreciez profesionalismul, devotamentul și perseverența de care dați dovadă în activitatea dumneavoastră, contribuind la afirmarea sistemului financiar bancar. Vă doresc sănătate, prosperitate și noi realizări profesionale.
Acum 30 de ani, la data de 4 iunie 1991, a fost creată Banca Națională a Moldovei. Unul dintre primii șefi de misiuni la negocierile Fondului Monetar, a memorandumului cu privire la politicile economice ale Republicii Moldova cu FMI, domnul Julian Beringaud a declarat că FMI a considerat greșit că va fi dificil de creat bănci centrale în noile state independente, dat fiind faptul că ele pur și simplu nu existau în comparație cu alte structuri republicane guvernamentale, care funcționau și pe timpurile sovietice și care puteau fi numai modernizate. De aceea, la început, FMI a acordat într-o perioadă scurtă asistență tehnică enormă anume băncilor centrale. Prin urmare, ele s-au dezvoltat rapid, iar alte structuri statale, având amprente din trecut, au rămas în urmă și restructurarea unora din ele continuă. Dacă facem o incursiune în istoria relativ scurtă a BNM, e necesar să ne amintim ce a fost la început. Răspuns, nimic. Adică nici personal calificat cu cunoștințe macroeconomice, iar noțiunea de inflație și cotarea cursului de schimb valutar și supraveghere bancară adecvată nici n-au existat în țările ex-socialiste. De asemenea, BNM, fără capital propriu, fără rezerve valutare internaționale, fără legislație respectivă, fără înzestrare tehnică și tehnologică. Cu alte cuvinte, treceam de la o rânduire social-politică la alta într-un timp record scurt, 2-3 ani. Iată care au fost pașii următori în ordine cronologică. Primul, la 11 și 12 iunie 1991 au fost adoptate două legi de bază cu privire la Banca Națională și cu privire la instituțiile financiare. 2. La 29 noiembrie 1993, prin decretul semnat de președintele Republicii Moldova, a fost introdusă moneda națională în circulație. Rata inflației a rublii sovietice la acea dată constituia 2750%. 3. La 30 iunie 1995, adică numai peste un an și 7 luni de la introducerea leului în circulație, Banca Națională a acceptat cerințele articolului 8 al acordului cu privire la statutul Fondului Monetar Internațional, ceea ce înseamnă convertibilitatea operațiunilor curente internaționale și parțial de capital. 4. La 21 iulie 1995, Parlamentul Republicii Moldova a adoptat două legi noi cu privire la Banca Națională și instituțiile financiare, elaborate cu asistență tehnică a Fondului Monetar Internațional. 5. La 1 ianuarie 1998, stabilirea băncilor comerciale a cerinței cu privire la capitalul minim egal cu 5 milioane IQ, schimbarea sistemelor de evidență contabilă, contabilitate și audit, de raportare financiară, supraveghere bancară, conform standardelor Basel 1. 6. La 30 iunie 2006, legea cu privire la Banca Națională a fost ajustată cu scopul îndeplinirii noului obiectiv fundamental, asigurarea și menținerea stabilității prețurilor și interzis creditarea deficitului bugetului de stat. 7. În anii următori, legislația bancară a fost aliniată la standardele Uniunii Europene. Doresc să menționez de asemenea că sistemul bancar moldovenesc a rezistat excelent în timpul crizelor financiare, regională din 1998, agricolă din 2006 și globală financiară din 2008-2009. În acești 30 de ani, Banca Națională a Moldovei a devenit o instituție credibilă și a trecut prin perioade mai puțin sau mai mult complicate. Oricum, nota corectă cu privire la performanța ei este și va fi pusă de către societate. În încheiere, doresc să le mulțumesc mult atât foștilor membri ai Consiliului de Administrație și colaboratorilor care au contribuit la dezvoltarea Băncii Naționale a Moldovei, cât și actualilor care continuă reformele și consolidarea băncii. La mulți ani Băncii Naționale a Moldovei!
In which the pandemic changed us and how can we build on that. And we have here invited representatives from the real sector, from the businesses, representatives of the banking sector, and we do hope to have a discussion on the opportunities as well as expectations of the businesses of bankers towards from the decision makers between themselves to see how and what can we expect and how can we get out of the pandemic. But we'll start from the discussion about the financial infrastructure, a very important element for the normal operation of the financial market in the Republic of Moldova. And as an invitee here, we have Mr. Alexandru Sava, who is the director of the Single Central Depository of Securities of Moldova. Mr. Sava, please tell us what are the challenges that you face during this pandemic how did you manage to adapt, and how do you see the developments of the financial market in Moldova further? Hello, dear Governor, honored audience. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor for me to be present here and to be able to congratulate the Central Bank of the Republic of Moldova with that anniversary of 30 years since its establishment. I was in the past employee of the NBM, and I have to admit I was very much impressed with the quality of activity of the NBM, impressed with the training of the staff, of the way in which it operates, and visions, knowledge, perspectives. Obviously, the NBM is one of the most advanced and most developed institutions in the Republic of Moldova, and I'm sure that it will remain like this in future. I wish a lot of success to you, all the employees, all the experts and people from outside who did contribute to the development of the National Bank. It's true. I would like us to discuss about the infrastructure of the financial market and what happened last year and at the current moment too. These are all common topics that affected probably equally all the participants on the market. I would like to talk about an agenda. Trying to change the slide. I would like us to discuss about the evolution of financial tools, about the impact that these restrictions had from the distance operations and the desk once, and I believe this is an important element, what happened to the registries of the shareholders. You know that the depository was supposed to collect them since 2018, and I wanted to discuss about what we have done in 2020 in this sense. How do we develop these cross-border settlements that are missing at the moment? How or what changes in the supervision, risks and compliance exist? Which of them we consider relevant for the financial infrastructure? I have indicated in these several graphs some statistical data that the depository faced in 2020, which is a quarterly development of different indicators, the volumes and the number of operations by different instruments. And I believe that this trend and these developments are really curious. And it shows us, if we look at those four graphs in the end, where is the number of stock exchange transactions, the number of balances and carried out by the depositor. We will see a situation under which shows what was the impact of the pandemic on the operations. And you can see that if in the first quarter we had very good statistics, appropriate ones, in the second quarter all the key indicators dropped, both numbers and volumes, and step by step this tried to recover its growth trends in the second half of the year. I believe that an exception in this case would be the transactions with treasury bills, with the state securities, and I would say that the tools of the instruments of the National Bank, and I will not stop just at this, at the two instruments that you mentioned in the presentation and emphasizing the monetary factors and the macroeconomic indicators. I believe that much more representative is the situation on the corporative instruments, and we see that the impact here was very much felt. And this is really interesting because traditionally the corporative instruments were never affected by external factors in the Republic of Moldova, and these were very particular in a way. This brought us to the idea of revising the operations or all the transactions that we were carrying out remotely and in the bank offices. And I would say that from this point of view, the depository was very well trained before the emergence of this situation by implementing an advanced settlement system that allowed for the connection to be made with all the other elements of the market. And I'm referring to the payment system, I'm referring to the Bloomberg auction system and to the stock exchange. And another component, very important one, is that the depository did offer much earlier this online platform for bloggers and for those that allow them to carry out different transactions remotely. Before the pandemic, most of our operations were online already, so we managed to do this when establishing and launching the depository. So from this point of view, the impact was really minor on us. Other operations that were not possible to be carried out via the electronic system were also organized, like, for example, the electronic turnover of papers, of documents, and we had a very good positioning when the pandemic hit. So looking at the situation on this, I would like to make reference to this general operational scheme, which reflects, in fact, the way in which an operation is carried out with financial tools by means of the central depository. And I have emphasized here the connection, the electronic connections, remote connections in red, and the blue ones are the ones that imply physical interaction. So getting back to the previous graphs, the main reason of decreases in the second quarter was because of the impossibility to interact physically between the issuers, investors, and the financial service providers. So if you see, we can say that the depository as an infrastructure has a connection with the most important systems for transactioning, for payments. And I believe that the weak links here are the relationship between the investors and brokers, and between the brokers and the transaction platform. And these are the two elements on which we have to think further on, and that would facilitate the settlements. What solution do we see for this situation, to overcome the situation? Three key elements here. The first one is the concept that we have started discussing about the establishment of an electronic platform that is going to facilitate not just the direct sales of the treasury bills to the investors, but also the interaction between the depository, the brokers with the investors. I was saying that this is one of the weakest links because it obliges the investors to come to the offices of the brokers or of the depository. The platform will help us overcome the situation and will provide the possibility to identify online the investor. The second key solution would be to revise, from our point of view, the key functions and the back office at the level of the infrastructure. At the moment, this function is both on the shoulders of the depository as well as of the brokers. And here we have a problem because all the functions are carried out by the central offices of the brokers, which are localized without any exception in Chisinau. This obviously creates some interaction problem. And again, if we get back to this trend, we saw that in Q2, when the biggest restrictions were there for transportation, it was very difficult for the investor to get physically to the offices of the brokers. So what did we do with the registers of shareholders last year? We see again a growing evolution. In 2019, we managed to achieve 91 registries of the banks of listed companies. And in 2020, in spite of the restrictions, we didn't stop collecting these registers, and by the end of the year we managed to get with 114 registries of the most important companies in the country, in addition to the banks, insurance companies, and the listed at the stock exchange, the public interest ones and the ones in which the state has participation shares. So what plans we have for future? We launched an offer to the other issuers. We are planning during this year to convince voluntarily the joint stock companies to transfer their registries to the central depository, so that we can find a solution for most of the joint stock companies in the country, and to create a single database to have the settlements via the depository. By the way, this is not the font that I've used, so that is why the text cannot be seen so well. So it was supposed to be differently. A key objective that the depository has is to this cross-border settlements and integration of the market into the world circuit of it. So we are at the moment at the starting point, I would say zero, because settlements with financial instruments in and from Moldova are not done at the moment. So we have to overcome this situation. We see an agenda for several years and a concerted effort, not just at the level of the central depository, but also at the level of the other actors. So what are these challenges and what are these key elements that we will have to find an efficient solution to? If we speak about the depository, then obviously the main decision is to establish these electronic links with the other depositories abroad, with the custodial banks if necessary, and international ones, to find the most important appropriate niche. And second, we've done last year and this year also some steps ahead towards a better cooperation with the other depositories abroad. And in this sense, we are carrying out a very good discussion with the Association of Central Depositories from Europe, EXTA, which is examining at the moment our request to accept us as members, and we do hope very much to get to have such cooperation that will give us real chances to the depository and local infrastructure to get integrated into the international one. And second, we are focusing towards a memorandum of cooperation, and we're developing a development relationship with the central depository. Their number is very limited in the world. It's several tens, so it's a closed community. And the moment, or as soon as we become members of this community, we will have the possibility to transfer both technologies and knowledge. I was referring here to the collective effort of more entities on the market, and I believe that it is important for the regulators and for the other public institutions and market participants to concentrate their efforts. We need to find solutions. What financial tools can be provided by the capital market to the foreign investors? One, and second, what role will the local financial institutions play in relation to the ones from abroad, that they need to assume a local role of a custody. And three, we have to see how the local authorities see the development of the relationship with other regulators from abroad. And here I'm referring, first of all, to the other regulators that are supervising the infrastructure, including IOSCO and the other central banks. And what key elements do we see in this sense of supervision of the risks and regulations and in the field of compliance? Since all these elements did suffer some changes, which I guess will have some continuity in the following years, it is a topic that affects the depository, but I believe also all the financial institutions, and reflections or thoughts with regard to this will take place in other speeches too. So from the point of view of supervision, I believe that the role of off-site inspections will grow from many considerations. Digitalization of operations, digitalization of documentation will certainly allow the regulators to monitor almost immediately online any operation. And if we speak about the depository, up to the moment we focused massively on the digitalization of documents, and I believe that in the following months, or at least the latest end of this year, we will finalize the digitalization of all the documents and all the operations, which implies an overview of everything that is happening, or a snapshot of everything that is happening in an institution, which is obviously very comfortable for any supervisor to understand exactly what happens at the level of each company, as well as in every small element of it in any financial institution. From the point of view of risks, obviously, we will pay special attention in future to the ICT risks, and a rhetoric question is if this risk from the ICT area will become a key source for all the further developments on the financial market, including eventually an eventual crisis. It is very difficult, obviously, to say yes or no, but in addition, we have additional risks that are imagined. Obviously, in the past, we did not pay so much attention to risks that refer to the labor legislation or health or security or occupational security. Speaking about regulation, in addition to the traditional ones in the financial area, I believe that our interest is also in the related areas, the ones that were significantly affected by the pandemic. And here I'm referring to the labor relations again, to health, which is surprising maybe if when were we thinking about the fact that a financial institution might think about issues related to the sanitary area, but we'll have to think about it. And from the point of view of the compliance, we again have to think about the regulations in this sense, as well as about the international ones. And these were the key elements that we see for the infrastructure and the objectives we have for future. Thank you very much, Mr. Sava, for your presentation. I'm really glad to see that the Central Depository is preparing to launch a platform for more active participation of foreign investors for attracting these investments. And I believe, as you mentioned also, we will hear more about this in the interventions from the bankers and foreign investors. Speaking about foreign investors, I will give the floor now to Mr. Kos, who is the chairman of the board of directors of the Foreign Investors Association in Moldova. Hello, Mr. Alexander Vladimirovich, glad to see you. Hello, dear governor, I'm glad to see you too.
Could you please share with us how foreign investors feel themselves, how they see a way out of the situation, and what are the expectations of the foreign investors? Thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm so happy to welcome you and to congratulate you on this anniversary, very important anniversary of the National Bank of Moldova. The role of the central bank, I will dwell about it later, but honored governor, honored ladies and gentlemen, of course, the pandemic became a very important challenge to the economy of this country, but also for every citizen, for every private sector member. Most of our members have stood up and lived up to the challenges, and none of the companies have left the Moldovan market. Well, moreover, we had to talk about the positive opportunities that came out from the pandemic. I'm not talking about actually saving on office space because we had to get people to work online. But what is important is that you had a very sharp decrease of the smuggling and the illegal trade because of the temporary shutdown of stores. And as well as there is an increased production of food in Moldova. And there was an increase of inflows of money to of taxes to the budget of Moldova from these companies. In this regard, we had a real opportunity to assess objectively the amounts of the grey economy of Moldova. Unfortunately, they are huge. For us, it is important to talk about stopping patents and stop the marketing of food without any official authorization, because there's a lot of smugglers who are doing that. Well, it's important to have the transparency of business in Moldova, and that really depends on the Moldovan currency. Now, the theft of the billion and the depreciation of lei resulted in huge losses of all the businesses in Moldova. Suzuki Moldova expected in the new year 10 million of lei of profit, but we had to finish it with tens of millions of lei of losses. Well, this actually, of course, decreases Moldova's attractiveness among businesses. So central bank has to become a very important element among all of these uncertainty. It's important that the central bank be independent of and appetites of the smugglers who want to go into the government, and that is very important. We, for investors, we're very careful when we look at how some of the politicians want to get access to reserve fund of Moldova. And it's important to also do a good job when it comes to the cleaning of the banking sector. In this regard, I have to again get back to the corruption and justice system, and again talk about our position, the Association of Foreign Investors. It's impossible to develop the economy without a fair justice system. Moldova is so much in corruption. Now let's talk about the party, about someone who stole a lot of money, but he is actually up for election in the parliament, and this is inconceivable in a modern European country. Of course, without an analysis of all the whole justice system by the independent experts, Moldova has little chance to actually become a civilized country. Well, let me hope that that the new parliament will be able, together with the developer partners, to be monitored by the foreigners when it comes to the justice system, because we cannot do it ourselves. So to wrap up, I'd like to wish central bank to strengthen its independence and shrug off all of the attacks of its enemies. And to the staff of the NBM and to its wonderful governor, I wish you health and all the best. Congratulations on occasion of your anniversary. If you have any questions, please, I will be taking those. Thank you very much, Mr. Kos. You, as usual, you are pointing, you're hitting it right on the head, as they say. Hopefully what you said is clear to everyone and really very important. It leaves little room for interpretation. Thank you so much for your participation in this discussion today. Thank you so much for inviting me and for the opportunity given me to speak at this event. Thank you. Thank you. All right, going forward, let me give the floor to Carmina Vicol. She is the chairwoman of the board of the American Good morning. Good afternoon, rather. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, honored governor. I'm very happy to congratulate you on the beautiful occasion of your 30 years anniversary and to wish you and your team of National Bank of Moldova prosperity, success, and of course, I wish you health. Now, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to share our experience in the impact of the economic crisis generated by COVID-19, but also of the attitude and of the approaches of the business community when it comes to overcoming the pandemic through our community, the business community of the Chamber of AmCham. AmCham Moldova is a business association which reunites 140 companies with foreign and local investments, having as its mission the promotion of investment in Moldova through cooperation with the central and local public authorities and leaders of the business community to develop and facilitate a business climate which is more favorable to the country. Now, the business community of AmCham is present in more than 30 sectors of the national economy. Thus, our profit represents 20% of the total profits in the economy. And our members also pay about 30% of the total VAT paid on imports. I should also mention that the business community, AmCham, is present, as I said, in more than 30 sectors, and it actually accumulates more than 20% of profits for the whole economy. But when you talk about salaries, the salaries are twice as high for the economy, and the profits that are registered by our members are twice as high as the average of the economy. So that talks about the fact that our members, they conduct a transparent activity, and they have a high degree of social responsibility. We all know that the business environment is facing not only a series of conventional factors such as the economic crisis, regulatory peculiarities and macroeconomic peculiarities, but actually there's a new dimension here that the society have never faced before, is the pandemic generated by COVID-19. In this new context, the managers, I mean us, our task is not an easy task, is to overcome the pandemic and to be able to maintain the companies viable and, if possible, profitable. According to the feedback from the members of AmCham, confirmed through those two studies that have been carried out in the country, jointly with PwC Moldova. The pandemic of COVID-19 has been a true challenge for hundreds of companies, both from the country as well as from the whole world. I mean, given what we have analyzed, but also from our own experience, let me focus on three groups of constituents, and namely staff, clients, and investors. And and I'll talk about each of them in this order. While the pandemic has exacerbated the situation in all sectors, the business had to readjust to guarantee safety of employees, but also an efficient remote communication between the members of the team, so that the work processes would be smooth. Now, this has been a new experience for all, and it was quite difficult. The employees also had a number of challenges. Many of them have gone through the so-called emotional burning, lack of digital burning, lack of ownership, and that we had to reinvent our internal processes by focusing on people and not on the company. But in order to protect from the risk of infection on the one hand, but also in order to strengthen the team spirit, many companies have gone through a hybrid regime, so both online and offline. But what is more difficult was for those from the production side who could not afford even the luxury of working online. Unfortunately, the regulatory framework, which is obsolete and old, allowed us to remodel our HR infrastructure only in half measures. Unclear norms regarding the furloughing, remote work, but also the lack of some clear regulation regarding the electronic circulation of documents. This is just some of the problems that have re-emerged, have resurfaced during this critical time, let alone talking about the absence of clear communication, coherent communication from the authorities regarding the necessary measures to be applicable to be applied by the companies. Now, when it comes to customers, a lot of companies have seen a decrease of demand, or actually a lack thereof on the domestic and external markets. The fundamental approaches to overcome such a challenge has been to move on, to shift online, concentrate on existing clients. A solution for many was to explore new export opportunities in the framework of trade regionalization. But let's not forget that the pandemic deteriorated, disturbed the money flows, so many clients could not honor their payment obligations, or they would do them with delay. So that, of course, had an impact on most of the companies and on the financial and the banking system. Now, despite the fact that we have gone through the peak of the crisis, it looks like the authorities have not made enough effort to overcome the business constraints communicated during the beginning of the pandemic. Here I talk about the regulations in the area of identifying, of remote identification of clients, improving the legislation in the area of private data, and recognition of electronic signatures issued in the European Union. Now, when it comes to investors, shareholders, and associates, well, of course, they have preempted the diminishing of profits, but and as well as a macroeconomic uncertainty with an impact on inflation, on exchange rate. Most of the investors proved to be responsible, socially responsible, corporate responsibility. Many of them gave up on distribution of profits, putting first employees and honoring their obligations. At the same time, for some, this was a stage of reinventing their business and launch some new business lines. However, because we are trying to overcome the crisis, now it's important to mention that we would have expected to have a more tangible support from the state, and we hope that they'll have more tools to support business. Well, even though we have a very difficult situation in most of the companies, I should mention that many businesses, and I here refer also to some of the members of MCHAM, many of the members have been very responsible, and they donated money and food by contributing directly to fighting the pandemic in an amount of more than 20 million lei. Now, having a level playing field, guaranteeing macroeconomic stability, and here I talk about the stability of the financial and banking system, inflation, exchange rate, elimination of corruption, improving confidence in justice, developing sector-wide ecosystems, using such mechanisms as IT parks, financial sandboxes, and free economic zones. These are the main pillars that the state should underpin when it tries to secure and stimulate investment. To conclude, I summarized the most important lessons learned this year and the pandemic year, but the most important ones are the need to protect the population, focus on staff, the need for crisis management plans at all levels, and here I mean macro, micro, and digitization, implementation of agile management, and of course, an important conclusion is that the business community is a key pillar supporting the society. And to end, look, we have a number of recommendations here. Most of them are known by all of you, and I will not dwell on those, but let me focus on one. It doesn't require any resources to be implemented. We need will. The need for all the state structures to understand that one needs a permanent ongoing dialogue with the business environment to understand better the problems facing businesses, facing corporates. So the actions taken should always be in correlation with the interest of business. So I'll stop here and allow me to congratulate you on the beautiful anniversary and wish you prosperity and continuous development. Thank you so much. Thank you for this intervention. Thank you for this comprehensive analysis. I understand it. I understand what the expectations of business are from the government and state institutions. Now, your predecessors also talked about the importance of trust of the society in state institutions. Only in this environment can you create conducive conditions for economic growth. Now, the next speaker of today actually embodies a representative of the business, and this is the president of the Board of European Business Association. But at the same time, he is a banker. He is the chairman of the management committee, Mobias Banca OTP Group. I give the floor to Laszlo Diosi.
Hello, can you hear us? Yes. Hello, dear Governor, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to be present at this conference today. I feel myself very honored to be able to participate because I consider that the reform and transformation of the National Bank is a real success story of the recent years. And the stability and the economic development of the Republic of Moldova now is based on the stability and can be based on the stability of the financial and banking system of the country that is managed at the European level by the National Bank of Moldova. I would like to speak a little bit about the level of financial education and in the world in general. So I would like to start with some statistics that in the US, for example, 2/3 of people wish to prioritize financial education. 89% do trust that lack of financial education. Something didn't work with the presentation. So can you please share the presentation again, please? So some statistics, 2/3 of the citizens of the US wish to prioritize financial education, and 89% of them consider believe that a lack of financial literacy leads to social issues and challenges. And at the same time, 61% of them have a rather low level of financial education. The definition of financial literacy is very easy. According to the Cambridge Dictionary, it's about the capacity to understand the basic principles of businesses and finances and general understanding of the things that refer to money. What about the situation here at the world level? even if the statistics look so bad as we've seen, the US, Canada, or Western Europe countries are more developed in this sense, and in our region is less developed. So the level of financial education, which means that the questions need, of 3 questions, at least 2 need additional explanations. So in this sense, we are at a rather low level. As regards the link, a clear link between the level of financial education and crisis recovery. If, for example, we consider that the indicators, the bouncing forward indicators that we see very clearly on the right side, the countries with a higher level of financial literacy have much clearer chances and much better chances to recover after the crisis. And why? Because they have some reserves, they have a clear image about this, they have financial objectives, and if it is necessary if necessary, they are asking for financial advice, and they know very clearly how will this impact their finances. So what is the difference between the 2008 crisis and 2020, the world crisis in 2008 and 2020, is that in 2008, this was a clear crisis because of the lack of liquidity, but the crisis of 2020 is a crisis in the real economy because of the pandemic. So, if we would have learned the lesson of 2008 and 10, the population would have been already much better prepared for the crisis of the current one. And the reserves between 6 and 8 months would have helped a lot. Unfortunately, from what we know from the statistics, at least 90% of them have no reserves. So we can speak also about how can we recover from the current crisis. I have very big doubts because on the mid-term, the monetary fiscal measures cannot be used already because these are being used. The public debt of the states did grow last year significantly, and the basic rates remained at the minimum historical level after the previous crisis, and that is why we cannot use the classical technique too much, and thus the responsibility of the National Bank and the commercial banks, the licensed ones, is much bigger than it was in the past. But we do have also the positive aspects, that both the level of capitalization, the NPL rate, and the level of liquidity, all these are much better than during the previous crisis. What can we expect or rely is the financial education, higher one, the digital reforms and transformation. We talked also I talked with many people, many businessmen, and all of them told me that during the crisis they undertook lots of digital transformation measures and business development ones. The role of the banks and of the central bank will be much higher in the following period, and we have to invest in education and financial consultancy, which I believe is our future. And I'm really happy to see that the National Bank has a very well-developed campaign on LinkedIn and Facebook on financial education. And I was hoping that the new normal will come soon enough, because as Seneca said, so for those who do not know their target, their objective, nothing would be good for navigation. But and now several words about what follows, what shall be done, and we see very clear that the level of the savings are much higher than before, and it is a very big change in the approaches of the consumers that we all shall follow and invest in. So this is what we are doing too, because Moldova Bank also celebrated its 30 years anniversary, and we are contributing to the society. We do have an activity of corporate responsibility, and we are also investing in technologies and donations. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Diose, first of all, for the fact that you brought back this issue of financial education that we in the National Bank consider an important one, a topic that may help us to relaunch the economy and to have more robust economic growth. Thank you very much for your participation. And the following speaker is a banker. If you wish, he is a legend from the European banking system. That's about Mr. Herbert Stepic, who is a very experienced personality in the banking sector. He did work for many years in the Raiffeisen Bank. He was the one who raised it. In fact, today we are really glad and happy that he is the chairman of the board of directors of Moldova Bank. And we would like to hear his opinion. We would like to ask him to share his impressions after working for some time in Moldova. How does he see the recovery from this?
Mr. Governor, Vice Governor, members of the board, guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen. I have been asked to participate at today's event, elaborating about the topic, how the pandemic changed us and how we will further develop. The pandemic is definitely the winner of the Challenge of the Year award. Corona has strongly influenced our social life as well as our working environments. It has impact practically on everything, on our daily activities. While I will only touch the social sphere briefly, I will, due to the special event today, focus on the economic impact and the consequences for the future of banks. My hypothesis is that the impact on the society in Moldova might be somewhat delayed to the one in EU countries and the rest of the industrialized world, but Moldova will be equally hit, more or less. Due to its unique position between East and West, it has to develop a recovery kit for turning the crisis into an opportunity for the country and its population. So how would one describe the impact of COVID on the social environment? COVID has changed the basics of our social and economic coexistence. The shutdown became somehow normality. It became the new normal that you have to produce your health check before entering, attending, or meeting others, that you need a visa and to surpass a quarantine when traveling abroad. Social distancing is the name of the game. In cities, social contacts are practically happening via internet only. We experience a sort of deurbanization, leaving large cities and settle in the nature. Internet, video conferences, distance working, and distance learning make that possible. Consequently, there's a trend for nearshoring and online shopping at the same time. Amazon has been among the most profitable companies worldwide, and in-time eating, that means food from your favorite restaurant around the corner, has been creating new large enterprises within 18 months only. The virus, ladies and gentlemen, has made the world tumble. It led to a sort of system crash, with focusing on national interests only. The trust into international solidarity has been vastly lost. So did the trust into international cooperation. Neoliberalism is on the rise. Big data became a topic. Insecure times ask for ever-increasing analysis. This is assisted widely by artificial intelligence. All this goes along with diminishing privacy. Health data become a state affair. At the same time, trust in state-owned health systems has vanished for long. Remote working has changed employees' expectations. The pandemic became a catalyst of major changes in our daily lives. How we live, we work, socialize, how our children access education. That COVID has revealed and even deepened the cracks that run through our society is one of the many difficult realities we have to face. For the first time in over 20 years, extreme poverty is back on the rise. COVID has caused the greatest disruption in education in human history, affecting 1.6 billion learners worldwide. And unemployment has reached unremembered heights. How do the banks react? There is a strong pressure for change. Now, the trend existing before Corona and got momentum at the last financial crisis, 2008 and 2009. The challenges for banks originates from practically four topics. First, increased competition from fintechs. That means the entrance of unregulated contenders and the general weakness of the European bank sector. Simply speaking, there are still too many banks in Europe. From the macroeconomic environment, with a negative interest scenario, over-regulation, specifically thinking about Basel IV, the market in general, that means the increasing influence of international jumbo banks and jumbo funds, plus the phenomenon of decreasing customer relation and decreasing acceptance of banks in general at the same time. Finally and foremost, it's technology. Digital challenge, high costs involved, new payment systems, new operating systems. And all that results, ladies and gentlemen, in decreasing profits, high costs, and a dilemma regarding the risk policy. What do I mean? What should banks follow? The needs of the market, the needs of the customers, or follow the restrictive regulatory demands, risk indicators, NPL, and liquidity ratios, and what have you? How otherwise could you explain the fact that banks Europe-wide are rather reluctant in new lending, i.e. lending to new customers in a time of extreme over-liquid markets? A trend, by the way, which Moldinkom Bank did not share and follow. Personally, ladies and gentlemen, I see in every crisis a chance. We experience GDP growth rates we did not see for decades. Unemployment and digitalization are mushrooming the foundations of new companies. There is a lot of new creativity in the market by startups. Governments are spending huge amounts for investment promotion. And finally, I would say that the European Recovery Fund is and will be playing a vital role. A crisis is primarily offering new opportunities, also for banks. The prerequisites, although, is to positively adopt a vigorous change process. So change is the name of the game. It all starts with people, motivation. Change the mindset of your own staff. Companies, banks specifically, need a new set of skills, including social, emotional, advanced cognitive, and digital capabilities. Build the skills of your existing staff. That means, and this is what I understand by it, talent building, internal talent building. New hirings are definitely the second best alternative only. Include ESG, environment and social responsibility, have to become an integral part of our business philosophy. Invest into digitalization and mobile banking in order to profit from the ever-increasing acceptance and usage of digital technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to admit that banks have missed the timely adoption of digitalization. The need for change came from the outside. The pandemic has proven to be a catalyst for triggering and accelerating strategic changes in the banking system, both locally as well as globally. In Moldova, the customer behavior follows the global trends. At Moldinkom Bank, we have reacted in time to consumer needs. For instance, to pay for utilities through mobile and internet banking, and to use ATMs for cash-in and cash-out transactions instead of visiting branches. The share of internet and mobile banking increased in Moldinkom Bank from 40% in 2019 to 67% 2020. ATM transactions from 65% to 78% in 2020. Now, why do I mention this? Because it shows the specific opportunities of banks following the crisis. But it needs, first, the will of change, and second, a customer-centric policy. The National Bank of Moldova got 30 years. These 30 years were specifically what the last 10 years were concerned very challenging. Comparing with other central banks, the National Bank of Moldova had to manage a Hercules job, and you did very well. You helped to maintain public confidence in the banking system and the currency. You supported demonstrating that the customer's money is as safe and accessible as it was before the pandemic. And all this in a very complex political environment, to put it mildly. Thank you very much for that. Also, national banks have to undergo a change process, as well as all other players in the economy. I see the regulator principally as a partner with whom banks entertain a transparent relationship. Still, strictly following rules and regulations at the same time. A partner who is also prepared to listen to serious issues and needs of the banking industry. Only the cooperation will finally guarantee a well-functioning banking industry for the benefit of Moldova, its economy, and its people. Consequently, also the next 30 years will be definitely quite challenging. Let me thank the board and all the staff members of the National Bank of Moldova for their hard work for the benefit of the Moldovan economy. Happy birthday.
Îi mulțumim foarte mult.
We thank very much Mr. Stepic, specifically for these encouraging words in the end of his intervention that do inspire us to more and better. So, and the next speaker is Gheorghe Shaghiță, the Chief Executive Officer of Moldova Agrarian Bank, who recently was appointed in this position and approved by the NBM. And he comes with a very ambitious agenda for Moldova Agrarian Bank that, as we all know, at the moment is the biggest bank of Moldova. Mr. Shaghiță.
Good afternoon, all. Again, I'm very pleased to be here, and congratulations to 30th anniversary to the National Bank of Moldova. It's an honor to be here and to speak after such delegates, including after my predecessor, of course. I have a short presentation I will share, and I think it will help to structure my speech better. To start with, and I hope you can see the presentation, just 2 words about MAIP. Clearly, MAIP is the largest bank in the country across most of the key segments and the products. We also celebrate 30th anniversary. You can see the background here on my Zoom. We just had one, and we've been developing, we as the bank have been developing in parallel the country's development since its independendence. In terms of the numbers, we are around 15.5 billion in assets, 23 in loans, 23.8 billion in deposits. What is very interesting is that the active number of customers is around 580,000 people, which obviously gives us or requires from us even more responsibility. I move to the next slide, and just consistent with the topic of today's presentation, we'll speak from our perspective what are the changes that we will be dealing with after the COVID. And I use certain slides from McKinsey's publications and from our own, obviously, experience. What we can see from here is that number one, the economy recovery, and this is basically the survey research and answered by many CEOs all over the world, will be most likely muted, which will require some more years before we get to the pre-crisis level, which is obvious. In terms of Moldova, the recovery could be faster, given the fact that it has not been highly exposed to the sectors vulnerable from COVID, and the fact that there is a substantial international support from the friends of Moldova, which we even saw during the first part of today's session. In terms of the banks, basically the very focus from provisions and challenges related to provisions, this focus might move towards the challenges related to generate additional profit. So this is important to keep in mind. With regards to COVID response of MAIB and our portfolio, what we saw is that basically MAIB started to support the customers in 2020 and offered the restructuring of the portfolio, obviously without fees and any additional procedural requirements. But what we are seeing for now is that majority of those customers who needed help have been basically back, and they are basically continuing to pay based on the initial schedule. And this is very good news, and obviously this gives us confidence to move on and use the opportunity from the underpenetrated market, which has been mentioned several times during today. You can see the portfolio here, and it's only minimum number of customers, only from retail, that still are going through difficult times related to COVID, but most of the corporate and SME loans, again, as I said, they've returned to the original schedule. Next slide, and this is the slide again where I used the bit of McKinsey's publications and other publicly available knowledge, but this is very important, and it very well summarizes the upcoming changes in banking or expected changes in banking after the COVID. And number one here is the changes in the way we work, and many participants today mentioned this, and this really needs to be highlighted, that the way people work is being changed. In fact, the way the conferences are arranged is being changed, and now we are speaking through Zoom. This means that enormous opportunities from the perspective of attracting new talent, ensuring that you give a flexible working environment, and therefore you extend abroad as well from this perspective. Second, number two, it's challenges from the tech players or embedded finance players. Every single big, medium-sized or small company which is in the financial fintech field or similar fields, they started to somehow offer financial products. The big tech starting like Apple, and small fintechs, which we tried to give a list on this slide, they all are working to offer financial product, and clearly this is the challenge to the banks. Customer experience and customer expectations, this is changed, and customers do not always compare us to another bank or to our competitor. They do compare us with the best from their mobile banking experience or best from their experience abroad. So basically, customer expectation is rising and rising. And the final one, which I wanted to highlight here, is the increasing urgency of social and environmental sustainability, and I think everyone agrees here too. So, what is the best way out for the bank, and how we can address this challenge? Is clearly continuous customer insight, being very close to customers and understanding what they want, launch value-add products, and what's very important, to create, partner, and embed in various digital platforms so that we are closer to our customers. With regards to MAIP, we have very ambitious vision, and I want to use this opportunity and go through them. These our initiatives could be grouped into 4 areas. Number one is to build a new level of our customer experience, to focus on customer and to ensure that customer is in the center for every decision we are making. And we are doing many initiatives internally, ensuring that, again, every single decision we take, we see it from customer's perspective. Number two, this is related to our strengthening our leadership position into the digital world. And here we want to become the orchestrator of the digital ecosystems in the country, or start with the country. And this includes obviously strengthening our traditional mobile or internet banking platforms, but more importantly, again, embedding, coordinating, partnering with very interesting platforms and offerings in digital world based on local, international, or regional practices. Number three, and this is very important, and I'll speak about it a little bit more, is our ambitions to list the shares on an international stock exchange. And clearly this is subject to shareholders' decision, but we strongly believe that we have all the foundations to target such listing in the medium term. This is much bigger than the direct impact to MAIP. And number four, this is expansion in the region. But here I need to highlight that this is expansion with digital business model, digital product and services. The product and services that we will test here, and which are expandable, which are scalable, and have profitable business model. 2 words about IPO and why it is important. Obviously, this is the potential impact on pricing, creating a free environment and increasing the demand. But another important one to highlight is the liquidity of the shares, and clearly listing on an appropriate stock exchange will boost the liquidity and demand on our shares. However, further impact or further benefits of IPO are more interesting. One is related to best and exemplary corporate governance. And this exemplary corporate governance is important not only for my perspective, but overall for the perspective of entire business sector in the country. Transparency, communication with investors is important. On the other hand, MAIP will secure access to pretty much unlimited pool of capital for further growth and further success. So this is clearly important to highlight. It does not require any additional commitments from minority shareholders. Of course, any minority shareholder can decide themselves if they want to sell during IPO or not. If they don't sell, then they will enjoy with the benefits that I just tried to list. Another important area or another additional benefit of IPO, which I really want to flag here, is its impact to the overall business environment in the country. Because when the largest bank from the country is places its shares to an international stock exchange, that basically this bank can act as the gateway to attract new investors in the country. And this bank can act actually as the flagship to integrate Moldovan businesses into international financial markets. And we have here example from Georgia, how the largest bank, after listed onto London Stock Exchange, were acting as the gateway, bringing new investors in the country to totally unrelated sectors of the economy. And of course, here we will need coordination, support, and encouragement from NBM, from government, from Moldova's friend. We want to arrange first a Moldova Investor Day in September, on which we will be in touch with you shortly. So yeah, here is this is from my perspective, and again, thank you very much, and congratulations for the 30th anniversary.
Thank you very much, Idze. I wish you a lot of success with implementation of your plan. And I want to assure you that there will be a lot of support from the National Bank on your endeavor. Thank you very much. Și pe finalul acestei sesiuni,
To end this session, I'd like to give the floor to Bogdan Plișovescu, CEO of Victoria Bank. It's a bank which has been the first bank to attract or to start, to embark on the reforms on the banking sector. It started the reform by securing a strategic investor, and namely Banca Transilvania from Romania, which bought the control stake in this bank. And ever since, we are seeing the beginning of the banking reform in this country. So the road was difficult at Transilvania, but I think that till the end, the bank will overcome this, and we see that there are changes, and Victoria Bank offers new products, interesting products to the society. So I give the floor to Mr. Bogdan Plișovescu. You have the floor. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, honored guests. On the occasion of today's celebration, let me join the congratulations for reaching the beautiful age of 30 years of existence, a extremely beautiful age, and an age that I wish you to enjoy this event and enjoy a very long existence and fruitful existence. And I would also like to congratulate all the banking staff on the occasion of the Bank Day, which is celebrated today. And I wish them a lot of success and a lot of professional fulfillment. Now, I'll try to tailor myself to today's discussion or to the subject of this event, of this day, of this panel, which refers to how pandemic changed us and how do we develop going further. And as I was saying, I'll refer to the experience that we had at Victoria Bank and the steps and the pace with which things have changed, starting with March 2020, when the first signals of the pandemic came about, and when we received that signal from the group that we have to continue business. And from the very first meetings where I participated, because I was among the ones who was wearing a mask, but these things have advanced and they have evolved, and unfortunately not in the best direction. And the most pessimistic scenarios regarding the spreading of the COVID have materialized. Now, this presentation of today, I will structure it. And it actually follows what Carmina talked about it. First and foremost, the changes that the pandemic brought, or they were produced, the changes actually happened alongside three pillars that care about the staff and the clients. This is a time which was unprecedented. We first of all had to have separate care to these two categories of assets of the bank, I would say. And then the second pillar was that we had to urge digital development. This was budgeted to happen 2021, 2022, even 2023, but they happened in 3 months in 2020. And that made us understand that maybe there is another way of more agile approach. Since we've been able to implement so many digital projects in 3 months, then maybe there is a possibility, or there is potential for digital potential in the market. And then we had to adapt our internal flows because we work from home, we work from office, we work from somewhere else. This made us change fully our way of work and have to adjust our internal flows. When we talk about care for employees, because staff at that time were frightened, were justified, of course, to demand this care towards them by the employer. This has changed, and this changed us as well, because we started from the principle, human principle, that no one will be left behind and no one will be affected by the crisis. And we said transparently that we keep our staff, will not fire anyone as a result of this pandemic and as a result of a decreased number of, first, at least in April, March, of the operational activity. Moreover, we received, actually we said that the salaries will be paid on time. We maintain the same benefits, the same premiums. And when transport in Chisinau was stopped, we offered transportation for free, and we extended this during after the restrictions were lifted in order to make it easier the access for them to the office. But it actually also would facilitate safe transportation in order to help prevent the spread of this disease. And then lab tests for our colleagues who would enter in contact or thought they were sick, and then we actually covered those COVID tests, and we paid allowances to the staff who worked or are working in front office and who have and who are contacting with customers. Another lesson learned and how it actually changed this pandemic was to understand that the online digital platforms help us communicate seamlessly and more quickly, and to transmit ideas, convey ideas, and to convey things about our employees that sometimes were only spoken between themselves or on certain occasions. Now we were able to get with these messages to the whole team with ask management. It's not about executive, but also directors from the regional offices who could receive questions through a dedicated platform and receive questions from staff and answer them during these sessions or campaigns to motivate staff in order to sometimes make people not think about the hardship of the pandemic, because unavoidably the families and their friends of every staff would be affected, and they would be somehow concerned with what could happen to them as well.
And in this part of communication that we've learned to do much more active, much more transparently, much more digital, it helped a lot in increasing their awareness of the employer, and the newsletter that we have started sending to the employees was very well perceived by them. Obviously, the biggest concern was in the front office, where we faced, first of all, with this fear of the operators who were afraid of getting infected and being or having their life or health affected. And from this reason, we were obliged to close temporarily 11 units, but not by decreasing the number of transactions, but in order to ensure a labor force that would help us to have them present in the offices all the time, and in case of coronavirus cases, to be able to replace the whole team with a new team that was always in the backup. This allowed us to keep the units opened on an ordinary, let's say, schedule of work without interrupting the servicing. And on average, about 30 people were acting every month in the alternative areas, and as thus ensuring the continuity of the activity during that period. Also, in this sense, in the banking area, the people who were considered with a high risk of for health or because of associated diseases or because of the age, they did work during the whole period from distance remotely, and even now they are continuing to work remotely. So what we've learned and what we are still learning is that belonging to a group and the fact that we are part of a group really helps a lot. And in a setting or in this quietness of the employees of the bank, and moreover that many of them have children studying in Romania, and we were able in this sense to help them, these children, to go on digital internship or even digital ones in our bank in Romania, and to be able to carry out this internship there in Romania, which was a highly appreciated program by the employees of the bank. Another very big asset of the bank, which let's say, when answering about how the pandemic changed us in this period, is the way in which we are explaining the people not to crowd at the bank offices, and to maintain the distance and the health measures. And in this sense, it was work on which the whole society did contribute, the education measures, and thanks a lot to all the factors involved in setting this education of social distancing and so on, because initially we were quite afraid that the organization of these queues or lines, so that not everyone is within the space or inside, and also to be outside, could bring dissatisfaction on behalf of the clients, but they understood very quickly that this is to their benefit. On this, also on the support of clients, also contributed with postponing the credit payments. We've addressed the situation a little bit differently. We did not automatically postpone the loans, but it was done only upon the request of the clients, particularly in order to avoid situations when they have the possibility to pay it, then to avoid creating a situation after the emergency situation that would hinder their activity. That is why we encourage the clients, if they do have possibility to pay all the interest rates, to do it, and only if this they did not have such a possibility, to ask for the restructuring. Around 2,000 applications were received for postponement, of which 6% of them resulted in a positive result. Again, a good result or a positive one was that we have announced the automated reconstitution of the deposits, which meant that the clients did not have to come to the bank to do it, to extend the deposit. So launching some digital initiatives that I was talking about, it helped us, and in 3 months, in fact, it changed fully the behavior of the clients in 2020 by the fact that very many services and products became available online, starting from the opening of accounts, current accounts, and deposits, foreign exchange, withdrawal of money without the presence of the card, and so on. So all this did contribute to the change, to the total change of the behavior, and we'll see further in figures how did this change the behavior of the clients following these digitalization exercises. For the legal entities clients, we had and we undertook a project that was really successful in Romania and that we took over in Moldova. Buy from your neighborhood, a challenge. So in fact, the employees of the bank were filmed buying from different local producers and encouraging by placing these videos on Facebook or on other social networks, encouraging the others, other friends of theirs or followers of their channels to buy and to encourage local trade. The nice part of this project is that we did not film only with the bank clients, but also there where these employees normally are making their shopping, to have something very real and not just publicity. So lots of filming was done in this sense, and we were really happy to be able to contribute to supporting the local producers with this project. And we also changed, in 2020, we started and we changed the layout or the way in which we are meeting the clients in order to ensure a better both confidentiality as well as a better distancing, let's say, if or in cases when transactions are made, and to adapt to the new working flows by installing some queue management devices so that we avoid the crowding in the banks. The acceleration of digital development, as I said, this is the second pillar that changed us in the pandemic, and I will very quickly present some figures, because normally following this acceleration, over 2/3 of the cards were activated, 63,000 lei annual transactions by card, on one transaction every 4 days. The cashless ones did increase, grow significantly. So as volume of transactions is 30% of the total one, and the driver for this growth was the transactions of individuals. The share or the structure of the number of transactions, we see how it did grow since 2018, getting to almost 80%, the number of transactions with the cards, and the share of this amount is close to 30%. So servicing remotely through web channels, it did increase significantly by 60%, the ones owned by mobile phones, thus the mobile phone becoming the most used platform by our clients, thus increasing the number of payments via the VVP by almost 90% during this period. The number of operations for remote servicing did increase by 40% and their value by 30%. So in fact, this driver being coming from the individuals, that we can see also here an increase, a very high increase of the number of users that did use or are still using these remote channels via the mobile banking, and so the digital developments made by the bank. And also we see here the fact that the driver was again the individuals who got adapted immediately. Among the legal entities, the number of transactions remained almost stable. For individuals, the adherence degree was almost doubled if we look at the quarter-by-quarter data.
So the market share of the Council Bank of Transylvania, to which Moldova Victoria Bank is making transfers, increased from 3% to 9.5%. And when it comes to the third pillar that I referred to, I mean internal flows, the changes that have happened on a higher frequency of online meetings and a higher frequency of the use of digital signatures, both in internal communication but also external communication. And something which I realized which would block a lot of us in this communication was the existence of the stamp. And at the level of the bank, we decided that this year we would give up on the utilization of the stamp and going forward only with the use of digital signature. Now, a very big increase of the requirement regarding to AML, given this increase of the digitization in order to increase a lot the prudentiality or the focus on this area. At the same time, we had that the trainings that have happened would do them, in-house, and then would only do them online. And then we've launched an e-learning platform, 560 trainings, 70,000 courses online, 1,900 staff have gone to these trainings, and a lot, or a big adherence to this product. Now, online recruitment, mandatorily, we had to continue our activity. We had to change our habits, and we had to do online recruitment versus physical recruitment on various areas. So we've gone to this recruitment, and in terms of the change of the internal flows, we've implemented the first APA projects together with our iPad partner, the first robots that are helping us in automating the process of onboarding for the new staff that are joining Victoria Bank. Financial education projects continued, and we had them online. The pandemic did not stop us from doing this. Financial education projects together with our partners, Academy of Economic Studies and EBA. And at the end, I'd like to say that all of this what we've done once the pandemic hit us, what we've learned once the pandemic hit us, gave us the hope and made us understand that besides the adverse effects of the crisis, you also have opportunities. And these opportunities, they are first of all related to the behavior of customers who, no matter how digital we are, we felt the need to have an interaction, and our strategy of development would not be just exclusively digital, but it will be a strategy of a universal bank where we'll try to combine digital with physical presence. Now, the clients and the staff are very much appreciating when you are close to them at difficult times, and this increases the loyalty towards the brand. And training for staff is a big opportunity to maintain or to retain staff in Moldova, not necessarily in Victoria, but the investments that we're making in training, and I know that our competitors are also making in trainings of people, do help a lot to retain labor force in Moldova, which is a very important thing for this country. And the biggest opportunity that I've understood and that we will lead forward and implement is the one that it's not necessarily that the presence at the office ensures that people are there from 8 to 5. That is not the biggest efficiency, that people are there the whole day. Well, you need a flexible program, a program which should provide more efficiency for the staff, productivity of the staff, and that will change a lot when it comes to the office space and the workspace, work from office. Well, I guess that's all I wanted to say about how pandemic changed us and how do we think will change going forward. Thank you very much for inviting and for the opportunity to discuss and to make this presentation today. And again, congratulations on the occasion of your celebration. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. Indeed, the changes in Victoria Bank are dynamic, are visible. Congratulations on that, and we wish you all the best. The best of luck. All right, we end here our session dedicated to the post-pandemic recovery, opportunities and changes brought by it. What we've learned from this session is that we are in a new world. We are in a new normal where we have to have a new approach towards customers, staff, investors, a world where we have an increased role of digitization, where we have an increased role of financial technologies, a new world where it is key to penetrate international markets. Now, we see an increasing role of financial education also, which becomes ever more important. We are in a new world where we unfortunately face the old issues. We talk about the grey economy, we talk about corruption that we talked about today. Until we are able to eradicate this phenomenon, it will be difficult to harness the opportunities that lay ahead of us. So at 2:30, we will start the next session, where our economic experts will talk about economic recovery in post-pandemic times, where we'll discuss what has been put on the agenda by bankers, by businessmen, by representatives of central banks, and the ideas that expert community comes with. I'll see you at 2:30. Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Gaște. I am advisor of the governor of the National Bank of Moldova. Of course, today I wanted to congratulate my colleagues from the National Bank, but also colleagues from the whole banking system on the occasion of the professional day of the banker, but also with the beautiful anniversary, important anniversary of 30 years. This is already a maturity. The event of today is exceptional. The National Bank organizes events, and we're now setting a new standard in terms of the quality of discussions, topics, and of course of the speakers. This third panel will be dedicated to discussions with experts and community of experts. It has a very important role in the functioning of the banking system. But, well, the experts are the interface between the National Bank and the large public. I mean, they are the people who understand and they can translate the decisions of the central bank into a more accessible language, and so that they can transmit them further. We talked a lot today about financial education. Financial education, besides the advantages it has for each citizen, which could better plan their resources. It also has a big importance when it comes to the monetary transmission mechanisms, because the National Bank, when it approves a decision related to the base rate or mandatory reserves, when it makes some forecasts, for us it is important that the businesses and the population would react based on these decisions. But when the National Bank is increasing the rate, the base rate, the people should understand what is this, what are the consequences, what are the expectations, and they should react in line with that. So in this regard, indeed, economic experts are the ones who can further send this message, explain it in a simple language, and of course they are our counterparty in many technical discussions with whom we can have interesting and pointed discussions on specific issues. So we are honored to have a very interesting panel of speakers at this last module. The first would be my colleague from the National Bank, Mr. Alexander Monachov. He is an expert consultant from Financial Stability Division of the NBM, and I will give him the floor, if I can say it like this. He will be making the presentation that
Bună ziua! Vă mulțumesc mult pentru oportunitate.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to be with you today and to talk to you about a topic which for sure is important for the NBM, specifically in the context of the pandemic, specifically the one of monitoring systemic risk and financial stability. So the presentation that I'm going to be making is called Monitoring the Systemic Risk, a comprehensive framework to maintain financial stability pre- and post-pandemic. When we talk about monitoring the systemic risk, we need to know what are the features of the financial sector. In Moldova, in the list of entities that or players on the market as part of the financial sector, you have 11 banks. All 8 of them have a foreign majority shareholders and 4 systemic institutions. We have 168 non-bank credit institutions and 64 SCAs and the insurance companies, and we also have NCFM. Oh, sorry, we have the National Committee for Financial Stability, which is composed of the two regulators, NBM, NCFM, Guarantee Fund, Minister of Finance, and Minister of Economy. So this forum deals with resolution of issues related to financial stability and the systemic risk. When it comes to the structure of lending, it continues to be dominated by the banking sector. At the same time, we can see a rapid growth of non-banking lending. Non-bank lending. So beginning with 2016, if you want to look at the chart on the screen, you can see this growth of lending, non-bank lending. At the same time, it shows a change of the structure of risks. One should mention that during the years, the regulation of the banking sector has known a change. I mean, there were numerous reforms within the regulation of the banking sector. Moldova is getting closer, ever closer to Basel III. So the regulatory standards, which are international ones, and specifically promoted at the European level. So it's about a comprehensive regulation that was introduced into the banking sector as a result of the transition to this framework. Now we have reformed the capital requirements, minimum capital requirements. We've introduced macroprudential tools such as capital buffers. The liquidity standards have evolved from the ones which we've had before, from national standards and principles 1 and 2, long and short term, to Basel III standard, which is already implemented, and you also have the IFRS, and we've reformed the process of assessment of banking activity. We've introduced the process of SREP, and this is a process of monitoring of both quantitative as well as qualitative indicators of the banking performance. So we introduced the process of monitoring the capital situation of the banks, the liquidity situation, ELAP. Also, you have the banking leverage, introduction of the new prudential tools, that are oriented or focused on debtors, such as LTV and DSTI, which is a tool which is focused more on limiting the losses associated with the materialization of risks, especially of the credits from the real estate, as well as a DST, which is more focused on the likelihood of failure, especially loans provided to physical entities. When we monitor the systemic risks, it is very important to know what are the channels of transmission of the macroeconomic shocks and financial shocks, which are capable to affect the financial stability. Generally, when we have a shock, it can propagate into the economy for different ways and means, or through different channels of transmission. So as a result of a shock, for instance, macroeconomic shock, you can have effects on various financial indicators, such as the quality of the portfolio, volume of lending, or the profitability. So it is about the macroeconomic interactions, I mean macroeconomic factors like GDP, decrease of GDP, or growth in the unemployment. They could influence the capacity of existing clients to reimburse their loans. But the effect is not limited only to existing loans. You can also affect the potential appetite of investment of new clients. So the new loans, their volumes, and the quality of those can be affected as a result of a shock. So the stress testing is a main tool which allows us to determine what is the viability of the banks. There is a number of stress tests which are conducted. There are stress tests top-down. These are stress tests done by the regulator, where the regulator controls and verifies the whole process of testing, from the defining the scenarios until the implementation of them. They are done based on multiple banking indicators, such as solvency, liquidity, contagion, what would happen if an institution would suffer losses? How will this propagate to the system? The failure of groups, bankruptcy of groups, if a group of important clients is going bankrupt, and macroeconomic stress tests which investigate what would be the impact of a shock on the macroeconomic indicators. So how would that transfer, and what would be the effect on the financial system? Also, there is a bottom-up stress test. This is about scenarios which are proposed for simulation to the banks by the NBM. But then the banks are responsible for the creation of the model which will transform this shock into an effect on the bank itself. So oftentimes the scenarios are configured, the main scenario for these stress test scenarios are configured based on the provisions of the Ministry of Economy. Of course, once with the pandemic, it was necessary to tailor the scenarios tailored to the new macroeconomic conditions. The shock associated with the pandemic came from the real sector. So when the production knew a slowdown as a result of lockdown, because here we talk about a shock on a real variable and not a shock which comes directly from the financial sector. It was necessary to tailor the macroeconomic shocks in order to take into account the new situation. Also, in the National Bank, we monitor actively the sustainability of loans. So it's about a recurrent study of the evolution of the cycle of crediting. In this study, we talk about the GDP and how it evolves compared to its long-term trend. Once you have a shock as a result of the pandemic, the credit to GDP has increased mechanically. So first of all, it increased because of the fact that the GDP has decreased, but also because there was an increase or acceleration of lending because of or due to incentives that were adopted nationwide.
At the same time, I would like to mention that currently, in spite of this increase of this indicator, it still is under the trend, a long-term trend, which shows that the economy did not yet get to a growth or increased growth phase or overheating one. At the same time, it is really important to mention to monitor the risk by means of aggregated risk indicators. An aggregated indicator is composed of several variables that are aggregated or are taken together in order to have an overall image of the risk that the banking system is facing. An example of such indicator is the vulnerability index, which is calculated by the National Bank and published in its report on financial stability. So this index is based on multiple variables that are part of several categories, like, for example, solvency, liquidity, quality of assets, profitability, as well as broader factors, like, for example, the market risks and the other. Looking into the future, at the moment, we have a positive situation at the moment as regards the number of daily cases registered in the country of infections with the new coronavirus. And at the same time, we have to, or during the planning for future, we have to consider also the existence of different scenarios. Obviously, the most optimistic one is the one under which the number of infections will continue to drop, and we will have a favorable evolution of things in this sense. But we have to also consider the possibility of having a new wave, a case in which it becomes extremely important to know what could be the effects of this, of such unfavorable development of the situation. Thus, according to a study that has been produced by the Economic Council under the Prime Minister, certain sectoral risks can be noticed, in particular in the case of a new lockdown. The study presented, in fact, the sectoral impact of coronavirus on more criteria or more aspects. The first three graphs show the economic sectors that are mostly impacted on three aspects: the cuts in staff, lower sales, and capacity. We see from the very first graph, in fact, from all of them, that the sector of tourism, Horeca, are the mostly affected, both by the reduction in their staffing and lower sales. And on the operational capacity, we see also that the sectors like, for example, construction materials or automobile industry have been significantly impacted by the lockdown that took place last year. On the other hand, the fourth one shows us the rate of survival in case of two scenarios. The first one is the most favorable one, which you see in green, which shows what would be this indicator, an indicator that presents, in fact, the difference between the rent profitability and the cost of capital based on or considering the low operational capacity. As I was telling you, in the first case, in the absence of a lockdown and a continuation of the situation, and in the second one, in case of a new shock or a new lockdown. We see again that next to Horeca and tourism and trade, the tourism will also be affected by these circumstances. To conclude my presentation, I believe important to mention three factors. The first one is that in spite of the pandemic, the transition or towards the Basel III did continue. So the reform of the banking sector in order to ensure a better supervision and monitoring of risks, including of the systemic ones, within the financial sector. On the other hand, the macroeconomic scenarios of the shocks of stress testing had to be adapted to the new framework or the new reality. But at the same time, the pandemic and the consequences of this did emphasize again the need for early monitoring of the risks in the system. Thank you very much. Yes, Alexandru, thank you very much for your presentation. It's true that this area of financial stability is a relatively new one, and as you could see from the presentation, the work of the colleagues there consists in the fact that they are trying to think about all these scary scenarios and what we shall do in every of this situation. And you know that if nothing happens on the market one day, it's thanks to them. So, okay, now the following presentation, I don't think that the independent analytical center expert group requires any introductions or presentations. They are already present for many years in this area of analysis, and not just economic ones. And we know very well the quality of this analysis and studies done. And also the expert group in the last several years was an important actor in the field of financial education among the young people. So I would like to invite Mr. Adrian Lopușor here with us, the Executive Director of the Independent Center. Hello, and sincere congratulations to the whole National Bank of the Republic of Moldova with this very nice anniversary. After 30 years, the NBM did undergo different challenges, but now I believe that objectively speaking, you do have what to be proud of, and you do have all reasons to be congratulated. Today, the National Bank of Moldova, as I said on different occasions, is the key pillar of macro-financial and macroeconomic stability in the country. Even the crisis of the corona crisis of 2020 that caught the economy of the Republic of Moldova unprepared from the macro-financial point of view. The things were quite relatively good. And in particular, this was due to the anti-cycle policy of the NBM that allowed for the establishment of that shield and made the economy of the Republic of Moldova able to cope to a certain extent with these shocks. So we still have a very integral banking system in the country with transparent shareholdings and a banking system that is well capitalized, the level of inflation and the exchange rate being maintained very stable in spite of the shocks. The official reserves were at a high level and also almost increased during the crisis. So all these reforms that took place in the recent years, and by the way, were appreciated also by the IMF and in fact by all the development partners of the country, this did give the possibility to strengthen the macro-financial stability framework, and this is also important, and now probably it's the time, or it's most important to, if you wish, it's that oasis of stability, economic stability today. Today, in this context, when the political situation is not very clear and the economy is facing an unprecedented crisis, but thanks to the professionalism and dedication of the NBM, from the macro-financial point of view, the Republic of Moldova is doing quite well. In this context of the discussions that are taking place now during the pandemic and will continue to take place in the post-pandemic area with regard to the innovative approaches, new approaches, as regards the anti-crisis policies, I would like to call on all of us to look at these things very carefully, because we do need innovative approaches, but this shall obviously be by avoiding exaggerations when we apply these innovative approaches, when we are speaking about the role of the NBM and the role of the central banks overall in what regards the management of macro-financial situation in the country. I would like to call on you to be conservative and to balance somehow the discussions that I noticed in the recent period with regard to the non-conventional monetary policies and the certain approaches which are more proactive, that are much expected by the National Bank of Moldova, without underestimating the importance of rethinking some processes or rethinking some tools that the National Bank is using to exercise its mandate. I will nevertheless call on for a balanced approach in this sense, and I believe that now, in the context of this pandemic situation and post-pandemic one, I believe that the National Bank shall focus on 5 key directions, priority directions. First of all, it is absolutely important to strengthen the independence of the National Bank, and here I believe the independence of the Central Bank is the key element, the critical element that the success and the overall success of interventions of the National Bank depends for all the other areas. The independence in the context of political context, the current one, independence in the context of the recent intensifications of pressures on behalf of politicians, on behalf of different groups of interest that refer either to the use of foreign currency reserves for other interests than the ones set in the NBM mandate, or calls on excessive relaxation of their monetary policy or pressures to via legal tools to for the NBM to give up on its requirements with regard to the fit and proper requirements. And here it is really important for the NBM to benefit of full support, both political and to maintain those reforms and to, what regards the transparency and integrity of the shareholders of the banks, because the NBM cannot be alone in this reform, very complex reform, which, by the way, is not yet over, because even if we have a banking system that is already integral and transparent, from the point of view of the shareholders, it is nevertheless important to ensure the reversibility of these reforms. And here the National Bank does need support on behalf of the other actors. But overall, it is really important to ensure the independence of the central bank more than ever, to be able to cope with all these pressures that probably will continue to grow further on. And the second point is that NBM shall not give up on its strategy of targeting inflation, because this proved to be efficient. And here I'm mentioning what I started from. We entered the crisis with a well-established macro-financial system, a very robust one, and thanks to this approach, this strategy of targeting inflation, that is very important, in particular considering the fact that the level of prices is in the top of the concerns of the population of the Republic of Moldova. And everyone knows that the sustainability and economic growth depends on this inflation, and it is really important for the NBM to not deviate from this objective and to firmly stay in this approach, because simply this approach proved its functionality, and it is really important for the economic development. Point number 3, I will call on maintaining a monetary policy that is relatively conventionally, obviously, in the context in which the level of inflation does not exceed the targeted range by the NBM. It is also important to, or maybe it's timely to reduce the amount of mandatory loan loss provisions and the relaxation of the monetary policy, but obviously without damaging the main objective. And point number 4, in the context in which the monetary policy decisions, unfortunately, do have a period of transmission, a rather long one, 3 quarters, sometimes even 4 quarters when we speak about the baseline rate. And this is, in fact, caused by structural problems in the whole economy. It's not about, it's not the guilt of the NBM or the problem of the exaggerated liquidities in the banking system, rather. And the underdevelopment, or if you wish, the lack of capital market in the Republic of Moldova. So this problem, before it is solved by means of structural interventions at the level of other institutions, this problem can be solved by earlier interventions, by earlier monetary policy decisions. And for this we need, or the National Bank needs, to strengthen the analytical tools they have. And by the way, I understand that already they are very advanced in this sense, but in this context of higher frequency of different shocks, it is really important to strengthen also the analytical tools in order to identify those shocks beforehand or earlier, and to be able to analyze thoroughly how are these transmitted into the system. And even if, as I understand, this is quite advanced at the moment, I would like to reiterate that most probably in the near future the frequency of these shocks, and by the way, the frequency of shocks or non-monetary ones most probably will grow, and it is very important to analyze and to understand how the shocks are propagated in the economy. And this will give the possibility to the NBM to react faster and more timely to those shocks. And in this way, addressing somehow this problem of slow transmission of the monetary policy decisions transmission. And the last point, but not least important, is the a bigger focus on people, on consumers of banking services. And I am happy that in the recent period the NBM is paying more attention to these aspects, in particular to financial education. But I believe that it is important for the NBM to play a stronger role in the promotion of electronic payments around the population. That is a key element in the fight against shadow economy. The problem of bank commissions related to electronic payments and card payments, it's also a problem that I believe can be addressed by means of more active interventions of the NBM in this sense. So, in this context, in the context of the crisis and post-pandemic period, I believe that NBM shall focus on these 5 points. And here I'm finalizing my brief presentation, and I wish to reiterate again that the NBM at the moment can serve as a real example for the other public institutions in what regards the internal organization, in what regards the way in which they are motivating their employees, and overall in this area of institutional management. I believe this is the institution that from which we can learn and from which other institutions can learn a lot. Once again, congratulations and thank you very much for this, for your attention. Thank you very much, Adrian, for appreciation of the work of the NBM, of how this is organized. We are still waiting to see a comparison to be made like in 30 years. And now I'd suggest us to move on. If we think about a name or a person who is spreading information about the analysis and the economists, I believe that for most of us, we will have a similar opinion that this person is among the first ones, Mr. Vyacheslav Ionita, who has this talent to explain in very accessible language some very complex issues, and also without losing the deepness of this analysis of his. And also he, in this function, he is an important promoter of financial education, of what we mean the understanding by us, by the citizens, of the economic mechanism or processes. And I would like to invite now Mr. Ionita to tell us some. Dear colleagues, hello. First of all, I would like to congratulate you with this anniversary of 30 years. When preparing for this, I was thinking about how can I start from. And I believe that the NBM had very different stages in its life. Some more funny, the other less. Anyway, now we can say that the moment the NBM is different than it was several years ago. So for the society, it still has this in their memory some negative things that happened in the past, but I believe that the crisis of 2020 and the challenges of 2021 are exactly the appropriate moment for us, the experts, including the NBM, to work in what we call the consolidation of the image and the position of the NBM in the society that had to suffer many years ago. I believe that the crisis of 2020 gave the clearest answer to why these reforms in 2016-18 were necessary. I believe that 2020 showed very clearly that the efforts undertaken, the work done, and which was not seen by most of the population in 2020, it showed us very clearly that the problems could have been bigger, but luckily these were much smaller than expected. Always in the public space I'm speaking, and I believe it's not just me, we would like everyone to speak about this, the crisis of 2020 compared to the previous crises, which were marked with a decrease in the number of employees, which is also the case now, the decrease of exports and slower economic activity, did have some elements that had a positive in a way, thanks to the reforms. And this is what we have to constantly say when answering why the NBM had to make the reform in the recent years. Thanks to the reforms that were carried out in 2020, we did not have a decrease in the number of credits for the economy, which was characteristic for all the crises until now. In 2020, we did not have any pressures on the foreign exchange market, which was also characteristic for all the crises. In 2020, in the Republic of Moldova, the reserves, the foreign currency reserves, were not depleted like it happened in the previous ones. And moreover, even if it sounds very paradoxical, I would like to mention, because this will give us the possibility to move on ahead. And in 2020, the financial system, the banking system, in my opinion, it did set the most best results, even if it doesn't sound the best. But things happened which are transforming, that are showing how our economy, including on one of the most important systems of it, is transforming, it's modifying. And I believe that a significant role is played by the NBM in this. And our duty is to say this, not because we want to praise the NBM. You are spending today 30 years, and this is what we are supposed to discuss about today. But the message we have to pass today is in order to eliminate all the doubts and concerns of the about the work of the National Bank. And we need a National Bank. We do need a stronger message related to what the NBM is doing. If some bad things are happening, these have to be mentioned also. But at least now we see very correct activities, actions, which brought results. And we have to speak about this because the NBM does need to consolidate its image and understanding for the society. Look what happened. 7 things we looked about what I didn't hear too much to be talked about, but the things which in fact show that in a crisis, in a world crisis, in a crisis which affects everyone, when things are well arranged, when things are well organized, the impact is much smaller. The negative impact is much smaller than expected. Look, in 2020, the credit portfolio grows by 5 billion lei, more than in the last 7 years. Even during the crisis period, the crediting of the population did grow. Moreover, the National Bank already has a rather big period of time since it's focusing on encouraging loans in national currency, a thing which is not discussed, but our credit portfolio in the banking system is growing exclusively due to the loans issued in lei. This is to be emphasized, and we need to mention, because this is not something that happens by itself. I will give one more recommendation. I believe it's important to, when we are speaking about the regulation, bank regulation and supervision, we have to say very clearly that the NBM is doing it when you go to a commercial bank, when you look at the non-performing loans, and when you look at the quality of shareholders. The goal, the final goal, is not to do it just for the sake of doing, but the main goal is to optimize the banking activity to reduce the cost of loans that are contracted. And thanks to these interventions in the recent years, the cost of loans in the Republic of Moldova, in particular in leu, decreased below 10%, which seemed very attractive for different categories, for the population and economic operators, which gives us the possibility now to say, and we are not talking about this, but we have to talk about this, that at the moment the loans in the banking system of the country are growing, are exclusively growing thanks to the loans issued in lei. Now, after 2014, the physical persons who were taking loans, because the volume of loans did grow constantly, loans issued to the individuals, but no one talked about the fact that in fact did grow for real estate and for consumption. And look, if 2019, it happened also in 2020, but in particular in 2019 and 20, during the crisis period, the portfolio of loans issued to the population did grow. And this is an element. It's not that much, 400 million lei. This is not about very big amounts or very big expectations, but considering that from 1 billion, 1.4 billion, this is a big signal of the fact that the commercial banks, and this is what we are going to speak later about this also, that they are watching, viewing the population. They discovered kind of the population as a key client. And now they see it not just as consumers, but also as potential partners in small businesses and in the attempt to increase the amount of loans, which happened again in the crisis situation. The paradox is that in the crisis situation, these things have happened. And we have to talk about this because these are the results of what was done in the recent years. If we look at the legal entities, 3 billion lei growth. It's also something that didn't happen in the last 7 years. So if you know very well, the individuals were the main problem, in fact. And the loan portfolio here was increased, and then we have a recovery. And nevertheless, we have to mention here that this refers first of all to the agriculture and services. So the problem is that we cannot. It's not just a problem of the bank. The banks, but this happened during a crisis period. And the fifth thing that I wanted to mention, I will try to be very careful. I don't want to advantage the banks in compared to the non-banking sector, but I would like to focus on several issues here. In the recent years, we talked a lot about the previous speaker from the National Bank mentioned that the non-banking sector did grow. Yes, it did until 2019, mostly because of the regulations. I wouldn't say excessive, but nevertheless extremely big ones on behalf of the NBM. But in 2020, this is the first year when the credit portfolio in the financial system of the Republic of Moldova did grow exclusively on the account of the bank. So the non-banking sector in 2020 did not prove any growth. So they tried to reduce the interest rate and in order not to lose their activity. But the commercial banks, after 7 years or the 3 years of the crisis, and the 3 years lasted the recuperation, I believe that the year 2020, again, the paradox of the year 2020 is that it's the first year when the banks, after a recovery period, do strengthen their position, and in fact they advanced simply because so you see there are 5 and there are 2 more elements that represent a paradox of the crisis. So when we saw this, we saw that the financial system in our country, after 3.5 years of recovery in 2020, exactly in the year of the crisis when we were supposed to give results, it did manage to. So if we look at the market of the bank cards, which at the moment is the biggest challenge for us, I believe this is the biggest challenge, and here the NBM shall have a word to say and explain why, and I will explain why it should happen, simply because the cards do not simply simplify and accelerate the activity, but the bank cards are an indirect instrument which is really efficient in fight against the shadow economy and the improvement of the relationship of the citizens with the state. So the discomfort that the citizens have in the relationship with the state, in particular in what regards this aspect, is not that difficult to administer. And look, in 2020, the volume of payments or the market of the banking cards, it grew exclusively thanks to the payments made with the cards. So the payments or the cash withdrawal, that's the first year when the cash withdrawal didn't grow. So the citizens, look what happened in 2020. Our citizens did like, and this crisis year was a challenge when the bank cards became a payment method, and this market did grow exclusively thanks to the payments made by bank cards. And the last paradox of the year 2020 is the online payments. The online payments were something fun in a way, in the nice word sense of the word. Our citizens learned how to do it by making procurements from abroad, and these payments from abroad did dominate until 2019. In 2020, this market of online payments grew exclusively thanks to the online payments made in the Republic of Moldova. So last year in the Republic of Moldova, we have had 5 million lei payments online, above the level of the online payments abroad. And this year, if it moves like it is at the moment, we will get to 7, 8 or even more billion lei. So what does it mean? We have a new economy. We are now present at the building of a new economy, and the crisis of 2020 that brought lots of damage to different sectors, and we talked today about many of these, about transportation that did fell 17 times, 5%, 6% of their, in April last year. Horeca, which also dropped, the tourism. There was a research made by IDES which showed exactly how much it did drop. But the financial system during this period of crisis, it turned to be capable to fulfill its duties. And this is something that we have to say very clearly. And we are saying it not just to praise the National Bank, but to show that when coherent policies and procedures are undertaken, when you undertake activities, we, the civil society, are also responsible by means of our public attitude to blame, and also to public blame any political will to intervene into the activity of the national banks, and then the financial institutions, the banks and banking institutions, not just banking, but in particular the banks, they can fulfill their job, and the market economy under these crisis conditions, when they do need new solutions, these are available, these are there. You can imagine that economic operators that were facing this enormous crisis in 2020 and also in 2021, they did need solutions, and this solution was found via the bank payments, the payments with the card, things that were built beforehand. So the economic operator would have suffered even more if they didn't have the solution available. That is why this challenge that we have at the moment is to see what has happened and how do we continue, because this is the policy of the NBM, to encourage loan issuing in lei, including via its monetary policy. In my opinion, it shall be continued. There are no risks here, and the Horeca also showed it, and the recovery period is still there, and we have there now the level of loans reaching the level of 2019 as a volume, but as a power, we still have another 2 or 3 years to recover the situation, and then we will be able to calmly relax the policies, and not relaxing that, forgetting about what we have to do, but because we've done our job, homework, and the system, banking system was very well established, you can afford yourself to relax this policy. On the population, I believe we need to work already on the services that they prefer for payments. And one thing that is now being discussed a lot in the European space is the electronic wallet that is going to facilitate everything that refers to the relationship with the authorities. I believe that the NBM shall be also a leader in this process, and if the European Union moves in this direction, we can align ourselves very easily, so the Republic of Moldova has exactly the same resolution, so that the citizens of the Republic of Moldova enjoy the same solutions. In my opinion, this market of payments with the cards and payments online will only continue to grow exponentially in the Republic of Moldova, and then the NBM will just have to provide these opportunities. We talked about bank supervision, and I would like to continue with the fact that it's not that the NBM has to deal with this supervision, because we all know that it shall be done, and it's done. And this has to be done during the crisis. We have to show that, in fact, bank supervision brings a result, or there's a final result, is the financial resources at the correct cost for the citizens and the economic operators. In fact, the result of the supervision and this activity of the National Bank is a benefit, a public benefit, that both the population enjoys, the ones who took loans and took mortgage loans, 70%. So this is the result of their work. So the cost of money drops and it becomes more accessible for the entire society. And this is what the NBM is doing it for, not just because they don't have anything else to deal with. And what I believe also here is I truly believe in this thing, and that financial education is a very important element in the case of NBM. And an aspect in this sense is the product that the NBM educational products for the citizens, for the economic operators to analyze the markets that can be provided to the population for them to be able to understand better how is the economy developing. And I'm saying this is not about publicity. We have had a product like, for example, this economic sentiment of the of the society. How is the pulse of our society? How are things going with exports, with trade, construction, key or basic elements of the economy, consumption of population, why it is important, and what is the role of the NBM. And in this sense, you can understand exactly how shall the financial sector orient itself and what is the potential, clients in for the next years. And in the end, for the banking sector, in my opinion, in the following years, we need to focus on the work with the economic operators to prepare to develop products as close as possible to their needs for them to make more payments with the banking cards. I believe we still need to work here to provide different solutions, innovative ones. Now the development is going on. We are remaining behind a little bit, but this is our first or most important challenge. The packages at the current moment, the banks, we have to admit, are treating the citizens as the most pleasant client, but it has to be seen not just as a consumer, but also as a potential people from small businesses. So we need to work with them by supporting them in their activity, business activity. So it started, but it needs to be encouraged further on. And what remains, let's say, as a challenge for future, in addition to agriculture and trade, the other sectors are not registering specific attention. And it's not the commercial banks to be blamed. It's about our very weak and fragile economic sector. And I believe that the commercial banks still have a lot of work to do here with the clients, with specialized products on different categories of clients, so that they can help them in their development. I believe that the commercial banks in the Republic of Moldova already overcame the situation when they are just creditors of some businesses. I believe that the commercial banks in the Republic of Moldova go to the situation where they are the partners of businesses. So they are the ones who can help both the individuals or legal entities, first the small ones, then the big ones, so that they are partners and consultants in their business by using financial services. This was in brief what I wanted to say, and I hope that my key message would be summarized like this. When the National Bank does its homework in time, then the paradox of this crisis is the financial system manages to correspond to the requirements of the society and manages by what it does to decrease the negative effects of the crisis. And we've seen it in 2020 when from a rather strong crisis, not the strongest one, not the biggest one, but a big crisis in the Republic of Moldova, we in the financial sector have had several paradoxes, pleasant ones, in the sense that the results were reversed to what happened in the other branches of the economy. And I believe there is a very big merit of the NBM here, and this is something that needs to be explained both to the public opinion and political class, so that we have an additional tool in this sense to address a possible desire of some of the politicians, in particular now during the election campaign or afterwards, to get involved in what they shouldn't deal with. They have to enjoy, the NBM has to enjoy independence and support and do what they have to do so that our citizens can benefit of financial services and loans at a correct price. This is what I wanted to say today in this, with the occasion of this event, and congratulations, because many of the bank workers, in addition to the NBM, are celebrating their professional day. So admiration and congratulations. And as we mentioned, we are discussing, but most important is those ladies who are working in the system, and they deserve full sympathy, and of them first of all, and all the others at the same time. Thank you very much. Vyacheslav, thank you very much for this speech and for the appreciation of this positive paradox that took place in the year 2020, in a pandemic year. It's true that there were some phenomena. Okay, I cannot say they were totally positive, but not as negative as we might have expected in a crisis year. And this is important to be mentioned, it's important to be understood, and for us to realize, to understand how to move forward to maintain these trends. And again, about the importance of the expert community, it's one thing when the NBM is saying that we've done good things, this and that, and it's totally different when someone from outside is saying it, and it doesn't sound anymore as just praising yourself, but it's a real appreciation of the good things, or eventually of the bad ones also that exist in the system. So thank you very much again for your speech. Usually when we speak about the pandemic crisis, we usually have a macroeconomic vision of the situation, economic and human, but I believe that it is also important to have, let's say, from the grassroots, to look at it from the grassroots, to see how the economic relaunch is seen from the local level. And further on, I'll give the floor to Mr. Viorel Gârbu, member of the expert community from the country, who also represents the council. structured in a general plan or required general plan, but at the same time, this reality gives us the possibility to speak about the regional dimension of the economic realities, of the economic changes, and the impact of the crisis of last year. The agricultural sector, as mentioned, is very important. In a form or the other, this is a very important one for the economy of the Republic of Moldova. But what's important also is the importance of the sector is quite different, and making reference to those employed in the real sector. There are regions of the country. According to the recent data, there are 6 districts of the Republic of Moldova in which the share of the people hired in agriculture is a majority. And so we have a rather big concentration of economic resources, but at the same time, the use of the labor force and at the same time the big impact or certain centralization, concentration that exercises rather negative influence on the materials and the economic situation, and also on the other vulnerable layers of the population that are affected by this reality. The Republic of Moldova presents rather big differences in the way in which the economy looks like, and there are some figures at the national level, and the discrepancies that we see between the capital and the municipalities, Chisinau and Belz, and the rest of the country are really important, and these discrepancies should not be forgotten. On the contrary, this requires solutions to be identified that do not give us the possibility to get to a situation that would be more or less similar. So making reference to an indicator that can be estimated as reference between the number of enterprises or the population per number of enterprises. Can you hear me? Sorry, do you hear me? So the image frozen on my screen, so no, we hear you. Okay. So making references to the general indicator that could describe very well the situation at the national level, we can make an estimation of the number of enterprises compared to the population of the country. So we have certain data and figures at the national level. These figures, according to the most recent figures that we have consulted, is 62 people per enterprise, the average in the country. And still, if we look at this by localities, then we see that in Chisinau we have this indicator at the level of 23, a situation more or less okay. Below the average is in the belts, but more or less okay. But in the rest of the country, this indicator gives us values 10 times higher. So the discrepancy in the level of development of the economy is really significant in the Republic of Moldova. Same thing is valid about not just the economic operator, real sector of the economy, but also, let's say, all the legal entities, again, seen from the regional point of view. And this is speaking about very big discrepancies between the capital of the country and the rest of the country, and speaks about rather big differences in what regards the quality of life and access of citizens to different services, including to the active economic life. This is a reality that describes the situation in the Republic of Moldova, which is not that favorable. The discrepancies are rather big from my point of view, and as I see the situation, these are maybe not sufficiently studied. But another dimension that I would like to make reference to, and that might answer, let's say, some of the questions regarding the aspects described earlier, refers to, and which in fact is related to the topic discussed during the conference. This refers to the accessibility of financial services, and this indicator is speaking also about the potential development of the national economy. I do not have all the figures here, regretfully, at the regional level, because the statistics does not reflect and does not provide us this opportunity to analyze and see this data for the Republic of Moldova, but we can speak at least about some developments at the regional level. So comparing the performance of the Republic of Moldova on this indicator with the regional economies, with the one of Romania or Ukraine, or the other economies that have a rather weak development like Albania and Bosnia and Herzegovina, more comparable to the Republic of Moldova, we see a situation. For example, in what regards the number of branches of the commercial banks reported 200,000 adult population, the Republic of Moldova, in fact, is doing quite well. We are leaders among the examined countries, but as regards the other set of indicators that describes this dimension, everything that refers to the qualitative changes, regretfully, the performance of the Republic of Moldova is inferior. So here we can speak about the number of individuals that are taking loans from the commercial banks reported to 1,000 adult population or 1,000 citizens. The Republic of Moldova has an inferior situation compared to the countries in the region, the countries to which I made reference. So again, I'm repeating myself, I'm speaking about certain changes in relative expression. So I'm not speaking about absolute evolutions in absolute figures. At the same time, the share of small and medium enterprises that are taking loans from the commercial banks, again, the Republic of Moldova registers a performance which is not the best among the countries analyzed. Albania has a worse situation, but as for the rest, the Moldova is the second from the end, so we do not have a very good performance. The number of loans per 1,000 population, adult population in the Republic of Moldova, again, we have an indicator or a performance which is quite weak. Seen at the general level, again, the colleagues made this reference to this, the share of loans issued or the package of loans issued by the commercial banks as a share of GDP. Moldova, unfortunately, has a inferior performance. The data collected is for 2019 to be able to make a comparison, but here we do have a situation unify at the level of 19% of GDP, conditions under which for other countries in the group of reference countries, this indicator has the view of 30-35% of GDP. So I believe that this is somehow responsible for the realities in the Republic of Moldova, and in particular the realities that we see from the regional point of view. We understand the context. We've made reference, very quick one, to different realities in the country. We all know that the crisis of 2014 in the Republic of Moldova did bring some catastrophic effects on these indicators, and we cannot recover still. At least we did not manage to recover until now the situation that we had before 2014. Nevertheless, from my point of view, the perspective is that the Republic of Moldova has lots of discrepancy, in particular from the regional perspective, which require to be studied and which are worth being understood from the point of view of identifying some solutions to overcome them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this presentation. It's true there are lots of discrepancies and we have where to grow. Nevertheless, I believe that all these indicators shall be followed in dynamic. And I believe that in the recent years, we have had a rather robust and positive dynamic. And yes, it's true, we do still have to work. And this is what we do. In fact, we, when speaking about, when making all this analysis, being here on the site, we have this local perspective, and we are, first of all, pointing attention to the local evolutions and events And we are following also the international situation and the regional one. And nevertheless, our concerns are the local situation. And our following speaker now is Dumitru Vicol, who is an expert working abroad. And I believe that he can come with a view from outside and come with a comparative analysis of the measures and efforts on how to overcome the following situations. Dumitru, please.
Dumitru, nu te auzim. Da, acum ceva auzim. Dumitru, încerci să ne spui ceva?
Mă auziți acum?
Go ahead. We can hear you now. Can you confirm that you can hear me? Yes. We are expecting your presentation and we're listening. One more. Well, how can you appreciate a central bank? It is to see how it publishes its inflation reports. I'm looking at all the inflation reports from all the regions, and I can tell you for sure that the NBM's financial report is high quality. Next stage is to reach the one from Czech Republic, where there's a lot of transparency and forecast. But reading NBM inflation report, it's great, it's good. Speaking after so many economists, it's hard for me to add anything else, anything new. So I'll focus more on the macro part. And we think Moldova. First of all, it is important to understand what this pandemic means. According to the IMF provisions of forecasts, the global effects after the pandemic are permanent losses per capita. As you may well see, we need to reach the level before 2019. So everybody understands that what we've lost in 2020 would be a permanent loss. And what is the most important is that the yellow line talks about the modern pandemics such as Ebola and others. The effect of corona, of course, is much higher. And look at the GDP per capita. It falls. The GDP per capita is falling. So what is important is the productivity is falling as well. What is even more concerning is that investments are falling. Investments per worker are falling. It is there is an impact, a huge impact, and the COVID could exceed on medium and long term. It's important to look at what this IMF says and how we're going to get back. Our rebounding after COVID crisis. It's not quite a rebounding. You're getting back to 2019, but somehow you lost the 2 years permanently. So we must understand that the emerging countries, most of the emerging countries, big countries, will get back to the level of 2019 probably in 2023, 2024. Mexico, end of 2023, Argentina, after 2026. But we must understand that if we look at Moldova, I don't like when we say that we're coming back to 2019. we need to see how can we recover what we've lost. If we would say that somehow economic growth from 2019 was about 3.8 per year on average, somehow our GDP real terms would have increased in the next 10 years like this. If we're getting back to normal, I mean, if we grow 4%, for instance, from 2022 and on, above the red line, we'll recover what we've lost if we haven't had the crisis. Only in 2055. What I'm trying to say is that to recover what you've lost, if it weren't for the crisis, with coming back to the normal is not enough. It's just simply not enough. If somehow we're trying to have an economic growth of 5% from 2020 until 2029, then we could say, well, we would come back to this level if had it not been for the crisis. So this is long years, 7, 8, 9 years to a 5% increase, which is quite difficult for Moldova. If we're looking at the jobs, for instance, we all know that there is this migration. You have this migration. And we notice something in migration that families reunite. It means that remittances should decrease, and that the graph, so the diaspora, if in 2010 you see that the diaspora is increasing, but remittances per GDP are decreasing. The economy is growing as well, but you see people get together, reunites, and from polls show that only 30 or 40% still have families in the country, which says that the engine of economic growth through remittances is decreasing. And the remittances that we have seen in 2020 in terms of growth of GDP is a different reason. So the economies, the saving rate in EU doubled. If until now the savings rate in France was 12%, now in 2020 it doubled to 22%, because you don't travel, you don't go anywhere, you don't consume, so you have more money. The money stays there. Now, if we were to say that we create more jobs, but through the occupancy rate, which would increase from the level that we have now to an occupancy rate of 10% more as Bulgaria or Romania, in the next 10 years, we'll have to grow by 7%. Why am I insisting of 5, 6, 7%? Well, the potential of the growth of Moldova is 3.5%. So somehow getting back to normal, to what we used to have, is insufficient. It's just simply insufficient. Maybe getting back to normal for France or for Israel is okay because they are a rich country, but also to get to normal to our poverty is insufficient. It's not, doesn't help. So there's moderate investment in 2021, 2024 to a growth of 4% in our country. And I couldn't say that it's bad, but it's very good. But it doesn't count what we do. It doesn't matter what we do. We need to look at our competitors. Our competitors is Northern Macedonia, similar economy, by size, by migration, and many other things. They somehow focus their recovery on an investment plan, major investments, where they plan to invest 75% of GDP in 2021, 2028, in 7 years. They want to invest 75% of GDP. And then a lot of it is public investment. So the amounts are enormous, and you can see this. Their forecast in 2021 of the Northern Macedonia is that the contribution to investments is almost equal or even more than the contribution of the consumption. So this is how they see their rebounding based on investments. It's important to talk about why is it important to make investments, because we somehow have to grow this curve of growth from 3.5, We have to grow it. We have to get it to 5 to 6% at least for 10 years to be able to enjoy, to have more hope that there will be people coming back home or people will not be living abroad. And it is curious that this crisis created some differentiation. The productivity in the companies decreased because the intermediary costs increased. They have to buy masks, they have to pay more. But productivity between firms grew. So it means that there's more resources allocated for productive firms and less for non-productive firms. So COVID somehow made a digestion and it killed the non-productive ones and kept the productive ones, and more money went there. So that would be the idea of how Northern Macedonia is doing it. They look at what was productive and they make an investment plan to allocate more resources in the sectors where there is more production, for them to be able to grow their economy and for them to get back not to the normal 2019, but to more than normal, which they believe is the normal. Now, it is important to look at how is it here. We are a country where we're always are proud of our textile industry, our agriculture, our services, but it's important to understand that when we talk about countries of this kind, we are in the low middle income country. If you want to shift from low middle income to upper middle income, we would notice that actually productivity is more in the industry rather than services, because services are more productive. You do mobile banking, and that's super productive. But if you want to shift to another stage of development, then somehow you have to think about industry, because that is more productive. And it's interesting that if you look at the GDP per capita and the various productivity by sectors, you will notice that textile, for instance, in textile, you are productive as long as you're poor as a country, and then the productivity decreases. So textiles, if you really like them, textiles are, I don't think that they are very forward-looking. But you have other important sectors such as agro-food is always productive at any point in time, at any point of development, followed by chemical industry. The richer you are, the more productive you are, and then you produce chemicals or machinery and equipment or automotive. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to redirect towards a mix of industries, which is more efficient. So somehow we're trying to promote this reason of industrialization, but industrialization, it started somehow that we have some industrial platforms that are in production. But industrialization cannot happen without regional development. I mean, you need to have an industrial platform in Edinets, but you don't have roads which connect the villages to that city of Edinets. It makes no sense then. Or you have Edinets and then you get foreign investors, but you don't have schools for the children. Makes no sense as well. So the industrial platforms or industrialization that we're trying to promote, it has to come in tandem with regional development. We have a strategy on regional development which would somehow, it costs $200 million in capital investments. So if we were to be focused more on industrialization and sectors that are more productive, at the point when EU countries are trying to allocate some of their production from China, India, closer to our country, and looking at Macedonia, Serbia, maybe we have a chance to grow, potentially grow from 3.5, 3.4 to 5 during 10 years. So if you look at the sectors, it's important to know what you need. Fruits and vegetables, I mean, eco products, because For automotive, should be more investments for local producers because only 5% of the inputs into what is produced in the free economic zones comes from locals. If we were to integrate them into the value chain, this is what we need in order to get their technology in place. In textile, we're talking about automation. Construction materials is also a productive industry for the next development stage. Priority investments, I'm saying it because I've just had the good news from the EU that there will be investments into the infrastructure. We need to focus on infrastructure. If you look at the IMF studies, which somehow changed the rhetoric, if they were saying don't spend, but now they say start spending, and in the fall invest in infrastructure. Of course, we don't have to invest in everything, like the port in Montenegro, but one GDP percentage point invested in infrastructure that brings a multiplier of almost 3 in 10 years. 1% GDP generates 3 percentage points. So and we need what we need to do here. We need to have roads. We know that. We need rehabilitation of apartment buildings in Chisinau. We need to animal byproducts and wastewater treatment plant and funding for this. Now, if you talk about increasing it from 3.5 to 5 during 10 years, of course, one of the main resources is the recovery plan, which has been recently announced by the European Union, by the Commission, and of course you have the IMF, and then you can allocate money for structural reforms, Eurobonds, or maybe state securities, if you have 10 years state securities, and then you can give fiscal advantages, and then savings of the population. And let's not forget about the savings of the migrants, because when remittances come to the country, then the savings in the diaspora could be about 800-900 million euros. So they will save about 900 million euro per year, which can be secured, or maybe not 100, but at least a part of it. Medium-term challenges. It's important to understand the inflation. I mean, inflation will grow in the next period of time because you have a small basis, and you have an increase of agro-food prices and petrol prices, and then in the Eurozone, inflation is very small, but even if it is increasing there this year, it will. And then, I mean, inflation will grow for reasons for which central banks cannot control, but they will have to be careful, and we should not increase the rates because inflation comes. Although some countries are doing this in Ukraine, Czech, Hungary is also thinking about it. And the liquidity surplus, I am skeptical that there is a relation between surplus of liquidity and crediting, because liquidity is everywhere. In the Eurozone is 30% of GDP, Hungary also, but these are things on which we could focus more, how to transform that liquidity in lending. And what is the most important is that all this discussion of getting back to something normal, this is part of a very restricted framework. We don't have much time for reform. We don't have much time for justice reform, for other sectors reform, because somehow the pension system will explode. If we look at the UN forecasts, 2029 will be more beneficial of pensions than contributors. So that is a worry. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dimitru, for such a comprehensive presentation regarding the future. Indeed, the proposals are healthy, and hopefully many of those will be implemented naturally or through some strategies and programs. The last speaker of this panel is a veteran, if I can call him like this, of the expert community from Moldova. It's a constant presence. I invite Roman Kirka, Director of Marketing Economy Institute.
Bună ziua!
Hi. I'd like to welcome the moderator, participants to this panel, the governor, staff of the central bank, and congratulate them on the occasion of 30 years. It'll be 30 years next year since Moldova joined the IMF. What does 30-year mean in a system of credit-based currency? Well, this system has 108 years, so 30 years old is quite mature, and the central bank participated in a number of important phenomena, major phenomena, and has gone through a number of maturity stages. Now, if this, what are the effects of, what are the forecasts post-pandemic? This is the topic. Well, an important. Let me. I'd like to talk about these topics in the form of statements, which I hope will be debated. My speech will be debated, as well as other interventions will be debated as well. Well, what does post-pandemic mean? What does it mean to get back to the new normal? I think we have always had the same reality. The perceptions change. The human perception induced by the panic of the pandemic, the declared effects, which are perceived by the society as a factor of insecurity, which generates all of the actions that followed. Essentially, the pandemic from 2020 can be described as a administrative decision of limiting interaction between businesses and client. So this has produced negative effects as a chain reaction, which meant diminishing of commercial transactions and the volume of sales, and furloughing of people, and many other negative effects that have happened. And then there was also a pandemic effect, which is related to the public health, where things. Now we have enough data to understand that this was a disaster from the very beginning, and a lot was not in line with necessary protocols, and there was a hesitation of all the governments in the world. So we can conclude regarding the effects of the lockdown. I don't think there is a clear final position regarding this topic. You have states like Northern Dakota and Southern Dakota, which are identical according to population structure and the size, the structure of the economy, where they've imposed restrictive measures, and where they didn't have them at all, and they didn't have effects on the number of infected cases and the number of so-called asymptomatic people and people that died as a result of COVID-19. So this is a statistical aspect, the application of the PCR, which has a margin error, huge margin error, and it doesn't offer statistical data which can be, based on which you can take decisions and implement correct policies. This is when it comes to the definition of the pandemic. How long will this pandemic last? This is, now we are at a stage of relaxation when one feels trends to get back to normal, starting with June last year, and they've amplified, and there is a coming back in all areas, including exports, growth in crediting. The National Bank has had a a correct position by targeting the base rate and decreasing and making liquidity more available. But the tool of the National Bank is relatively restrictive because the rate of the lending credit balance to GDP is 1/4, whereas in other countries this indicator exceeds 100 or 200%. So the lending policy has certain restrictions on the economy per se. So that's why you have this peculiarity, including monetary peculiarity of our domestic system. Now, going forward, there was an important assistance from the IMF of the emergency lending facility, which was a factor which stabilized public finance, and going forward, this is a stabilization factor. Another important factor was the intervention of the National Bank, which curbed or stopped the appreciation of the national currency. All of that contributed to the amplification of the trend. Of how long will this comeback last? If it continues what we have now, then we'll talk about 2 or 3 years with an increase of 3 to 5% per year, which will get us back to 2019. What counts is the quality of this growth. We all talk about pandemic as an opportunity to reset, to relaunch, but that is in the positive scenario, which I see as one feasible one, and I would like to walk this path. In a negative scenario, just to conclude, the positive scenario would be in 2023, 2024, getting back to 2019. So pessimistic scenario means reinfection soar, mass reinfection soar in fall, winter, reintroduction of a lockdown, and in all countries, and the limitation of physical interaction between citizens and business, which will have disastrous effects on the economy, and that would mean spiraling down of the pandemic, social, economic crisis, and any type of crisis for an undetermined period of time.
That is why this period, if someone could say that how long this will take, this pandemic, I believe that in practice this can identify what would be the negative effects and the solutions, but there is no one there to able to do it, and that is why a new wave of pandemic in autumn-winter, and this is the basic scenario, in fact the baseline scenario, this would be a very important one. And even after these effects, we can say that we can expect major changes that can be felt at the global level. And for example, Mrs. Kristalina Georgieva, the managing director of the IMF, was declaring in an online conference that no one wishes to get back to the normality before the pandemic. And this is exactly how she said, and that a global reset, including monetary one, would be a memorial to the victims of the pandemic, which indicates that there are more opinions, more clans of global reset, which was also confirmed by more experts from the Economic Forum in Davos, and the executive leadership of the Banking International Settlement confirms that there are more movements towards this an international single currency, the formation of some governmental structures, single ones, and changing the international trade rules. These things which will happen on the Agenda 2030, as it was declared, will have a much bigger impact than the first wave or the second wave of the pandemic. And what is following, I believe, means rather that the National Bank in the next 30 years will not be exactly as it was until now. And the digital currency is or provides, in addition to other aspects referring to comfort, this also brings or raises a number of questions with regard to how this is going to be implemented, which is going to be based on credit, or will it be a deflationary one? What would be the role of the central banks in this sense? Will we have an additional Bretton Woods based on which wealth system is going to be created? But anyway, what's clear is that we are moving towards a totally distinct stage in the development of the currencies, and never in the humankind history when it was using, let's say, animal skin or precious stones, coffee or gold or silver or any other value chain elements. These were always anonymous. Now, along with the digitalization, this anonymity is lost, and this represents a severe problem, including for the security and success of implementation of this kind of currency. Even those policies aiming at limiting the circulation of cash also has effects on the security of personal data, and the governments which declare the central banks that require their forming different departments approving laws, and this is not sufficient to prove the functionality of a digital currency. For this, it's important to have systemic evidence that could come out of the management framework of the government and the central banks in empowering this personal data securitization policies. And otherwise, it's not just that the currency will not be successful, but the human beings are very creative and are identifying constantly additional tools. But I would like for such a tool with guarantees and proved ones to be a functional one. This is what I wanted to point out. Unfortunately, the time is very limited. And in conclusion, I would say that the major changes that are supposed to take place will exceed significantly our impressions and our reactions, experience from the pandemic period for the next one. And to conclude it on a more optimistic note, I would say that I'm convinced that this is an additional stage in which the humankind is trying and will be the winner in this. I congratulate you again, and I wish you congratulations to the governor and to the members of the panel, as well as to all the employees and employees of the National Bank of Moldova. Thank you very much. It's true, it's a very interesting presentation and some very longer-term perspectives, not just coming out of the pandemic. So eventually we'll discuss it during the 60th anniversary of the NBM. And here I suggest us to close this panel of discussions with the experts, and further on, for the closure of the conference, I'll give the floor to the governor of the NBM. So it was a full conference. We have had a marathon of speeches on economic and banking issues, with lots of ideas that we still have to digest. Probably it will take a bit more time for this, but nevertheless, now to conclude with this conference, I can reiterate some very important things that I have caught, at least for myself, that during the following period after this pandemic, we do need calibrated monetary policies and very well synchronized with the fiscal one. We do need policies to support economic growth on behalf of the government to harness those opportunities that emerged following these radical changes provoked by the pandemic. And here I'm referring to digitalization also, and also financial education and development of the financial infrastructure and support of potentially new projects in the economy. As I said, with the risk to repeat myself, we found ourselves in a new world, but unfortunately with the old problems, and here I'm referring to corruption and shadow economy, and I do hope that we will find solution for these problems. We talked today a lot about independence of the National Bank. From my own experience, I would reaffirm that the independence of the National Bank is not provided on a plate or just by the letter of the law. It shall be won by the firm position of the NBM. It can be won by dedication and civic position of every employee of the National Bank. And this was the success factor, in fact, that allowed the NBM to overcome the difficulties it had, and I'm sure it will cope with them successfully and with dignity and pride. The commitment of the NBM remains to be a very firm one with regard to the society, to be an independent institution to promote policies in the public interest. I would like to thank everyone, all those who participated in this conference, to all the speakers, the governors of the central banks, the representatives of the development partners, of the commercial banks, of the businesses, experts. We have had extremely interesting discussions. I would like to thank everyone and to congratulate again the banking sector workers on their professional date, and to congratulate the team of the NBM with the 30-year anniversary. All the best to the banking sector and all the best to the National Bank of the Republic of Moldova.